Looks like he's there. Dave, you're muted.
Yep.
All righty. Gentlemen,
All right,
whenever you're ready.
thank you. Let's see, we have a few items on the consent agenda. One is item number 5, a request for concurrence to award the bid to Albina Asphalt. And that's for the liquid asphalt bids that we opened last week. Albina was the low. And we want to move forward. It was a great bid price for us and unexpected. We thought it would be more, so that's good.
Yes.
Everybody else was more. So,
Yes,
yeah,
you got lucky.
yeah. Item number 6 is a licensing agreement so that the American Legion can have a Easter egg hunt again. This will be the first time in a couple of years that they've been allowed because of COVID. So that'll be a good thing for the community. Item number 7 is a request to publish notice for our planned county force work, and that's work our crews do on capital construction projects. So typically, we will put the hard surface of the BST on a road construction project the following year. So this year it'll be Old Mountain Road. That'll be counted as county force work, which is work our crews do. There's a limit of about 810,000, 815,000
Yeah, something.
ish
Yes.
that our county can spend. Just because we don't want to take work away from contractors, there's a limit. So all counties in the state have that limit. Ours, and they're all different
Yes.
depending on if you're a big county or a small county. Item number 8 is a contract bond and contract between StripeRite and the county. And this is for our annual striping contract that we contract out every year. Item number 9 is authorization for the chair to sign our digital submittals for CRAB. And this is to get our standard of good practice for doing the things that we need to do per RCW and
Yes.
WACS for managing
How do
funds.
we do that digital signature?
No, you guys sign it, then
It's
we'll send it.
You
over.
just
We'll
send-
digitally send it to
Oh,
them,
We'll
yeah.
send digitally
Okay.
send it to them. We send everything into them digitally.
Got it. And not a digital signature.
Right,
though.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I was gonna say we're working on the signature policy right now.
Yeah.
I have a question on item number 6, and this is kind of for my seed mates as well. I believe we were informed by the prosecutor that we can't waive the fee before they're billed the fee. We can only waive the fee after, we can only waive collection. We can't waive it beforehand. And that doing that beforehand, like that we've always done, is the wrong way to do it. That they need to be billed and then asked to be relieved of the bill.
Okay, so normally we'll collect fees before the event.
Yes.
So
That's the part that, do you remember this
Yeah, oh, no,
conversation?
we just had this conversation.
So we need to figure out a new way of doing that that aligns with prosecutor's recommendation.
He's not online, is he?
Rebecca was on the bottom, but I don't know that she wants to speak to, well, she was. There, she's still there.
So normally we do put together an invoice of fees. That's how we establish what's gonna be waived or what
Right.
the request is. So they actually do get an invoice, and that's technically what they're doing.
Uh-huh.
And that's the request is, here's the invoice. They've asked to have it waived or part of the
Right,
fee.
my understanding is we can't waive it before the event, we can waive it after the event.
Rebecca, are you there?
Are you remembering this conversation, Mr. Sauter?
Yeah, I am.
I understand.
I don't necessarily know that it's the event, is the time thing, although I can understand why that, could be the impression. I mean, that'd be the cleanest, easiest way. But I think the real thing is there a bill? Is there an invoice? Is there some sort of,
Yes.
then once they have that, then they can ask us to waive it. Like
Okay,
I've been doing it potentially not 100% perfectly for the last, all along. So, I guess whatever the board is comfortable with.
I just want to make sure that we're not stepping afoul, and if we need to change the steps that we do this to meet that parameter, then, we need to start today type of thing to change those steps to meet that parameter. So your interpretation is when the bill gets submitted, that's when we get to waive the fees, not ask before the bill is submitted, is what you're saying, Mr. Sauter?
Right, that would be my interpretation, but that's, again, I'm not counsel, but like the issue is that the board has the statutory authority to forgive any debt
Right.
that is, with the caveats as far as that you can't release your buddies from, whatever, but as long as we have no material interest, it doesn't hurt the interests of the citizens of the county, then we can release any debt. And so the question is, when does it become a debt? Is that at the time, when an invoice is generated, is that now you owe this? That's a debt. That's how I would look at it. It may be semantics, but I'm okay with that. I think it would be a problem to waive fees prior to their, just saying, oh, don't even generate an invoice.
No.
I think we have authority to do that.
And we can work with the prosecutor to
Yeah.
make sure what our process is okay, or it needs to be modified.
And did we take the item number 6, did that have the reviewers to form by the prosecutor on that?
I would imagine.
It's our form that
I
they
was gonna
have
say, I don't
reviewed in
think
the
it's-
past.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's our standard form.
So that makes sense to me, like Commissioner Sauter said, is after they get the bill, not before they get the bill. And then we can, I guess, double check that with the prosecutor later. So I'll be a yes on your 6 and just clarify with the prosecutor later to make sure
Okay.
we're on the right page.
Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
the only thing I could think of is we might need to change the wording of how we explain it so that we follow the way that the prosecutor said that this is waiving of the debt, and we make it very clear, would be my thought.
Yeah, because we usually we get their invoice together, we bring it before you guys and say, this is what you're gonna be waiving, this is the cost. And if we weren't waiving it before they moved in, we would ask for the fee, because some of the people that come in for a one-off, you might not get there after their event is over. The local people, that's not.
Well, that was kind of my question for the prosecutor. What do we got to charge the people $1,000 up front and then afterwards return it to them? I guess that's kind of the.
But then you're not waiving the debt, you're refunding it. See, so I think the best thing to do is, if Rebecca could look into this, make sure that the way we're doing it accordingly here is the proper way. Or maybe Mr. Cannell, and then we can move on from there. Does that make
So you're
sense?
saying hold item number 6, or you're saying do item number 6 and re-clarify with the prosecutor this afternoon to make sure that way was
Yeah,
correct
We
going
can
forward?
pull it.
Yeah, if you want to pull it, we can.
I mean, we have
So we have
time.
time.
We have time. So
Yeah.
we've got a week. So if we could send it over to the prosecutor and make sure that this is the way that he wants it, that
Done.
would be the right way to
That's-
do.
I just want to make sure we're not running afoul with.
Does that work for you, Dave?
Yep, that sounds good to me.
Perfect. Thanks, guys.
I had the same question, just so you know. Okay, continue on, please.
All right. Construction program, we will restart work on the grant-funded signs and guidepost project on the 11th. Roosevelt Grade Road paving project restarted this week. Courtney Road, they're gonna put out signs for the closure and get ready to start on the 4th with the full closure of that short segment of Courtney Road next week. Let's see, still working on Klickitat Path, working through the design details, and we have our open house, which you should have got notice for. That'll be, I think it's let's say week of the 11th.
I believe so, yes.
Courthouse parking lots, we're finalizing the final details for those. And then we have our request into the city for they have a hearing set for the 4th, next Monday.
So the open house is on the 11th, but we're closing it on the 4th?
No, the open house for the path
Klickitat
project.
Path.
Oh, that's for
sorry.
Klickitat Path.
Yes.
Okay, sorry, I put Courtney Road there.
Led you astray.
Yeah, the week of the 11th. Oh, if you didn't already get notice, you will get notice.
And you
today.
did the open house on Courtney Road already?
We had
Yes.
5 people turn out.
Okay, thank you for the update. And that
Yes.
were they all people who lived along the road?
One person that lives in the closure, and then 2 other ones that live below the closure. And then we had people that are like one guy from Bristol and another person up above. We've heard from some other people up above that couldn't attend. So there's,
A lot of money.
Yeah,
About
it's
to
a
be.
big project.
yes.
Yeah. Okay, then we're still trying to sort out, we'll have a list of bridge projects for you when we sort it all out, probably later this week, so maybe next week we'll maybe talk some more about what we think should be done, or what we should go after for the 100% grant funding for bridge repairs or replacement projects. On the maintenance side, Goldendale to Bickleton crews are removing Annex 3 this week. We were hoping to get word on the hole to continue filling that, but we decided not to wait because we keep hearing, well, tomorrow we'll make a decision so you can fill the hole, but that's been 8 days ago and now we're just moving on. And once we hear back from them, we'll finish filling the hole, which will take a couple days. It's not gonna take that long when we get back to it.
Too bad you couldn't take the building and just throw it in the
Yeah,
bottom
that
of
would
it.
take care of 2 birds.
Just crunch it up and throw it in the hole.
Construction debris, yeah, that's brilliant.
Be an archaeological find for somebody.
Yeah,
in the
let
future.
it.
It only seems fair. I mean, somebody left us a friend.
Yeah.
Just leave an empty 55-gallon barrel at the bottom. Just an empty one.
Just an empty one, just to scare them.
Yeah.
Yep.
With the time capsule inside, of course.
Of course,
And a ha
yeah.
ha ha.
Aha joke, yeah.
Oh. Okay, and we're also doing sweeping sand and grading roads as well.
And we removed the brush from Carr Road.
Oh, you did?
Yes.
So was it pretty full or was it
A
bad?
lot of it folded over due to the winter, which is kind of common. You know, the brush gets tall.
Right.
It actually grows outside of our right of way
Okay.
because we don't have much for right of way on Carr Road,
Right.
very minimal.
Right.
And then the snow packs it and then it falls into the drainage.
Okay.
into the ditch.
Where's Carr Road?
Once you get to the top of Camp 5 Hill going out of BZ, where you keep going up that straight, Carr Road goes off to the left there, right past the Green Bridge. There's the Green Truss Bridge on the right. It's well before you get to Trout Lake, before you even see the mountain. Right when
I
you,
think I know where it is, yeah.
you'll look it up, I'm sure.
Well, the confusing part, okay. No, the confusing part was right away, but that's
So,
on Carr.
Thank you for jumping on that. I will reach out to the individual and make sure that they know and everything.
Yeah,
Thank
we
you.
touched base with the people that we got complaints with, so we actually met with some people out there. But
Okay.
it's probably good that you
Okay.
touched base.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, gentlemen.
Yep. Let's see, so they're also finishing up hauling gravel on Sleepy Hollow Road and this week, or today. And then they're hauling more rock on the end of Snowden Road, grading, and that's pretty much it.
Sanborn is done.
Yeah, Sanborn's done.
So I know I'm gonna open up a can of worms here, but like on Sleepy Hollow where these guys are hauling during the muddy, nasty part of the year and it's definitely degrading the road. I'd hate to say it, but on projects valued over $1 million, we need road haul agreements and all this kind of stuff. We do that when anybody's doing construction, when you're gonna log 300 acres of ground with, 500 plus loads. And we come in after the fact and clean it up. Do we have anything with these guys to be like, you need to grade this road too while this is going on?
We don't have a formal road haul agreement. So with these, when a logging company comes in, they get a forest practice permit. They're not required to talk to the
Us.
local agencies.
Right.
And so those slip through where we apply our road haul as these large projects that come in and they have environmental documents, a SEPA
Mhm.
that they're processing.
And it gives us an in.
That's how it works. So we've talked about adding that because some of them do slip through, that we have in our ordinance, we have a road haul agreement process.
Right.
And that would be part of that change to
Well,
capture.
I'm just looking at the fairness here, because when they do the rally car races and we come in and, make them clean it up
Yeah,
versus, 500 log trucks, I mean, what's going to have more of an impact on the road potentially?
yeah, the big companies, they're pretty good about working with our guys.
Yes.
But it's these smaller sales that, people, log in their property that
Mhm.
aren't from here maybe in.
Right.
Right.
So when we eventually get through redoing Title 12 road, that can be a potential add into that.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, it's something
Sounds
that,
like you got two of us anyway, and I don't know about number three that wants that discussion later.
I'll have the discussion later. I agree as far as, I think it's a fairness issue, and I think we do have, I think we've all seen damage to our roads, and it's just not fair. As far as, I always feel like if my project harms the public road, that I should be responsible for fixing it. And, we require that for anything that we have sort of jurisdictional way to do that. That's kind of our job as the board, is to look after that public asset. And if the way to do it is in Title 12 in the ordinance, to have some standards in there that we can enforce. And I know we talked before about maybe it was through SEPA, but they're not really triggered in that. I know we have some other tools that we have not used, but I think the ordinance is probably it would be the cleanest, easiest, most transparent way, so that it's just plain language in there. And so I would definitely be supportive of that.
I mean, the Forest Service requires it on all logging sales that you fix the road, maintain the road. Usually you have to rebuild the road, and that's how they're getting their roads built. And everybody else, every private landowner does it, and it's kind of weird that we don't.
Well, I don't know that I'd use the word weird. There's a shifting of opinion over the last 20 or 30 years. So.
Okay. Continue.
Okay, facilities, probably the big thing on the building is crushing up the Annex 3, removing that. And then we've got our HVAC people scheduled. They had to get some parts for slowing down the fan coils in about 10 to 15 units, and they'll be here Thursday to start that work. So I've asked that they start on the second floor and mainly in HR and the weed area, because that's probably the noisiest area.
And
So
is this all warranty work? We're not paying them per hour for this?
we want to get it done. It's 3 days worth of work. There'll be other things that are warranty work. We can argue over the payment, but we might be here a long time if we do.
Right, if we don't. So
Yeah,
we're gonna
so
pay now and then ask
we
for
can argue,
reimbursement later.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
Isn't that also, that's what retainage is for, is that we have some, we do have some all the way to the end. So,
Right. we
don't
haven't
get-
taken all their money.
No.
so that'll get their attention.
All right, thank you.
Yeah. Let's see. Radio sites?
Nothing new from last week. We're still waiting to get a geotech up there, finalize some stuff. And when we do, then I'll let you know where we are.
So
We'll tie down the estimate a little bit better.
the radio site is to the west of those tall towers that are up there on the east side. So we're further east than those ones. So is the
Yes.
power coming from that location
Yes.
across?
Yeah,
Okay.
that's what makes it so reasonable,
Okay,
because, PUD is gonna pay for it, but it's $10,000. Not that $10,000 is, but when it's a $1.5 million project, that's pretty minimal. Because the power runs right across, right just north of the site.
mm-hmm,
It's only like 130 feet away. So that makes it real nice. That's the other reason we looked at setting the site there, was because I figured we needed that as we were
Close to
hauling.
power.
Yeah, and most of it's underground that services the site too. All the way from the I have an actual I got from the PUD, their
Down
outage
below,
rate.
right?
Yeah, for that whole circuit, and it's pretty minimal over the last 3 years.
Good.
So that's real good.
So is that gonna help us define how much battery packs we need? and-
Yes, yeah, we're gonna meet one more time. I'm gonna pull Jeff in again with our consultant on next week, and we're gonna end this battery discussion once and for all, hopefully.
Okay. Sorry for
Right.
interrupting.
Let's see, so moving on to the end of April, I have review of RFPs for the bridge project management team. And so that's probably about a week and a half. I'll be tied up with that, where I'll be more focused on that than the other duties here.
Talking about the Hood River Bridge.
Than Hood River Bridge, sorry. And so Jeff will be here though. Yeah. And then.
They can't see though.
And then also the week of, the second week in May will be the oral interviews, and so there'll be a couple days, and I think it's Monday and Tuesday are the days they picked out, so I'll miss another Tuesday that week. So just wanted to let you know, and then hopefully that'll provide a team to work through the bridge design. So.
Thank you. I know that is going to be a huge amount of time suck on you, but I'm really glad that you're willing to do that.
Yeah.
It's a heck of a lot better than me sitting there doing it. At least from my perspective.
Yeah, it'll be good. Good to see it move forward.
I'm kind of surprised Hood River didn't demand to have their guy.
Hood River County has someone on it, don't they?
They
Yeah,
do,
they,
yeah.
one of their guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, no. So we've got Gordy in Hood River County,
Okay,
and
okay,
so
okay.
that's our technical.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then Commissioner Fox is going to be involved as well, who's the who's the chair of the, co-chair of the Bi-State Working Group. So, and he's retired and has time, and I said, I can't.
Well,
Yeah, there's two other guys, another guy from the Oregon side in Portland, and I think he works for ODOT.
ODOT, and then I was a
And-
WashDOT guy.
Yeah, a WashDOT guy out of Vancouver area. So we'll be busy. But it'll be good. And then the last thing on my list is every year we hire some summer temporaries to help us out during our peak and our construction season. So we're requesting to fill 4 temporary flaggers for this construction season. If it's been like it has been in the past, we'll be lucky to get 2, but we actually need 4. And we'll get by with 2 if that's all we get. So. And then
How far is that wage gap between what we pay for those flaggers versus what if you're working on Courtney Road and you're doing flagging, if you had it? I mean, is it still like $30 an hour difference or $20 an hour difference?
Probably $30 an hour
About
difference.
$30.
Yeah.
I mean, I
Yeah.
can't imagine how you guys even get 2 people to sign up. That's pretty
Yeah.
amazing.
Well, we actually, a while ago, we sent our sign person to training school. So if somebody wants to get a start in flagging, they don't have to
That's
have a
us.
card.
Oh, okay.
We can train them in-house and set them out
And
there.
then they
Yeah.
can,
you train them and then they go work for somebody else.
Yeah.
how long does the training last?
It's one day.
Too bad it can't be one summer.
Yeah. Well,
How long does the flagging last? I don't know. How long does how long is the training?
but typically they stay through the summer.
Okay.
It's the following summer that they go.
That they go
someplace
They
else.
somewhere
go,
else.
they already have a little experience now. They can
Right.
go be a starter
Yeah,
somewhere else.
exactly.
So.
But
Are
it's not a-
these job openings you have down here, carpenter helper, engineer intern, are these all normal? You ask for these same things every
Yes,
year,
yes.
nothing new?
Yes.
And then last question, how long is the demolition process? When is that thing gonna be flat and all the debris out?
I think
This
that's
week?
4 days.
4 days at the max.
Yeah.
We'll be done by the end of this week.
No further questions?
Dave, do you have any questions?
Nope, that's good. Good luck with the flaggers. So that's,
Yes. I have something real quick for Dave.
Wait.
Sure.
So you guys are all okay with us moving
Yes.
forward with the tents?
oh, yes, I'm a yes.
Okay,
sorry.
thank you. Thank you.
And then I have something for Dave real quick. If you're available, maybe at 11:30 when you're done, I'd like to talk to you, kind of talk through the workshop with PUD.
Yes,
really is a workshop, so.
yes.
Boards.
No, I appreciate that. I was kind of hoping for that because I was hoping we could have some preliminary stuff prior to that, since I'm going to be coming in kind of hot into
Yeah,
that up. I need some backup. So, okay,
so I'll call you around 11:30.
perfect.
Okay, thanks, Dave.
And then, I'm not sure if you're aware, we have the industry day for the bridge replacement Thursday from 1 to 3. If you're available and want to listen in, because they'll ask questions, it might help you in your process, to see who's gonna be there. I can send you that Zoom link.
That'd be great. Thank you.
Thank you. And if you're too busy, that's fine too.
Okay.
I don't know how to forward it. Anything else you guys have? Nope. Wow, look at that timing. Perfect.
All right.
You got off very easy today.
All right.
Thank you, gentlemen. Okay, you should have got that invite, Gordy. If not, let me know.
Okay.
All right.
Thanks.
You're welcome. Good morning, Under Sheriff Neer and Miss Ellings. That beautiful paper.
And I brought toys.
You
Bought
brought
new paper. I
toys.
saw that in there.
What is this?
Deal, did you run out of old paper?
Oh, great.
I saw
Oh,
that in the bill
great.
I
folder.
know you have boats.
Boats, what's boat?
Yeah, we both have boats.
Hi, Dave. Oh, here's one for Dave.
Hi, good morning.
Sorry we can't hand you a piece of paper over the Zoom.
Okay.
Sorry about
All right. Dan's
Would
gonna
you-
hold his up in front of the camera.
Would you like us to email it to you?
When you get a chance, that would be great.
Yeah. Perfect.
No, this part.
I have, but I don't have that.
Before we get going on that, you guys were just talking about maybe an enforcement section on the logging stuff with Public Works. Our deputies, we've got a commercial vehicle enforcement deputy, Deputy Matulovich. He's asked to be able to do some of that stuff or some of the commercial stuff that's on county roads. So if you put an ordinance in there, we have somebody that is trained that could kind of take on that responsibility from the sheriff's office.
So what would you be thinking with regards to like the logging operations and the enforcement? Are you thinking of scaling, wait, what are you thinking?
So so I believe that he can do any of that stuff in the state as it is now. But basically, if you had some type of enforcement section in the ordinance when they're driving out on the logging roads, on the roads, potentially causing some type of damage to the roads, if there was an enforcement option in there, and I don't know how that would look. I'm sure there's other jurisdictions around that would have something we could kind of look at. But we have somebody specifically trained for dealing with commercial vehicle stuff, so.
If
That would
you
be
would
something
like
we'd
to
be on.
look up what the other jurisdictions have, that would
I will see what
help
I
in
can
the
come up with for you
discussions.
guys.
And
Yeah.
then we'll make sure to loop you in when we start having those discussions on the ordinance. I mean, our main one is creating it so that we have some recourse in order, if we have to take a grader in there, we can charge them for it.
Absolutely,
Or if they knock off the edge of the road slough it off into the ditch,
absolutely,
you know.
yeah,
But good
Yeah.
thinking.
so. If I waited to talk about that, I would forget it.
Well, and I wouldn't even have thought to think about your guy there, so when we
Well,
were
and
having
he's-
that.
yeah,
But
he
now
does
it's
a-
in here, so
Yeah,
even if you forget about it, I'll remember it when we end up having that discussion.
what I'll
so.
probably end up doing is reaching out to Spokane County because I've done some training with Spokane County before, and they have an entire section of commercial vehicle enforcement. Guys, that's all they do. They're full commission, but all they do is concentrate on commercial vehicle stuff for county roads and issues out in the county itself. So they might be a a good resource for us to look at and see what they've come up with.
What portion, is that just like he does that whenever it's needed, or is that actually a portion that he does during the day and that's what you send him out on?
So our goal is to get him out there doing more of that, but we're short-staffed. We're down 4 positions right now for the road, so we've kind of pulling him to do other stuff. So, yeah, it would be nice if he was able to do that full-time.
And he
But-
carries the scales and all of that in the
That's-
back of his rig.
Yeah, that's why we had to buy a bigger vehicle for him. He has a Ram 2500. The rest of us are, in Ram 1500s are moving into those. So the 1500 did not have the weight capacity or the size to
To
carry
hold
those
those
scales
things.
and other stuff, because that's pretty heavy stuff. So,
So is he able to pull those out by himself then,
yeah.
if they weigh that much?
Yeah,
Wow.
because they're in different pieces. They basically assemble it underneath a truck.
Okay.
And that's your average inspection, I believe, is about 45 minutes. Because they have to bring out all their equipment, they have to weigh certain stuff. And then they weigh certain, I believe it's
Unit.
certain axles at a time.
Right.
And then they add everything up and there's a formula that they use. So
Has
pretty interesting
Has he been
stuff.
coming across a lot of overweight loads?
I believe that's a common thing that they deal with everywhere. That's something that the state, that's why they have all the scales for the state.
Right.
And he works a lot with Dale Kavanaugh, which is the commercial guy here
Right.
in Klickitat County for state.
Well, and we don't have half the scales that we used to.
No,
I mean,
no.
they're all shut down.
Yeah, and
so-
if you go anywhere in the state, you realize there's a large number that aren't. So anyways, I'll read the update here for you guys. So there were a total of 1,072 calls for service from January 1st, 2022 to March 24th, 2022. In addition to the calls for service, deputies served a total of 230 civil papers during this time period. I believe those numbers are about our normal range. The organizers of the Goldendale Home and Garden Show requested posse deputies to assist in parking of vehicles and helping set up for the event. The event will be held May 6th through the 8th, 2022 at the Klickitat County Fairgrounds. I will be reading a press release on the outstanding work that our deputies did in capturing Arthur Smith, who has been involved in numerous theft and burglaries throughout Klickitat County. I'll read that one, then we'll go right back to the other. So on March 16, 2022, Deputy Anthony Warren responded to a residential burglary in the area of Appleton, Washington, where the victim reported numerous tools, chainsaws, and firearms had been stolen from the residence. Deputy Warren investigated the incident and located very distinct tire tracks at the burglary scene that did not match any of the victim's vehicles. Coincidentally, later that same day, Deputy Ben Corning took a motor vehicle theft report of a pickup truck in the area of Murdoch, Washington. Deputy Warren had previously met with the owner of that stolen pickup truck on an unrelated theft case and suspected the stolen pickup truck may have caused the tire tracks at the burglary case. On March 17, 2022, Deputy Warren shared the photographs of the tire tracks from the burglary scene with the owner of the stolen pickup truck. The owner of the stolen pickup truck confirmed the tire tracks appeared to be made from his truck tires. Deputy Warren checked around the Appleton area for the stolen pickup truck, but was not able to locate the truck. On March 19, 2022, Deputy Warren responded to a burglary report off Snowden Road in White Salmon, where he located the same distinct tire tracks. In that report, tools, gas cans, and a rifle were stolen from the residence. On March 20th, 2022, Deputy Dwayne Matulovich responded to a second burglary at the same address off Snowden Road. Additional tools and miscellaneous items were taken this time. On March 22nd, 2022, Deputy Warren, Deputy Randy Wells, and Sergeant Joe Riggers located the same distinct tire tracks on Fisher Hill Road in the Appleton area. The tire tracks were followed and the stolen pickup truck was located at a camp near some power lines just off of Fisher Hill Road. A newer travel trailer was parked at the campsite and numerous items could be seen in the back of the pickup truck. Deputy Warren, Deputy Wells, and Sergeant Riggers surrounded the campsite. Arthur Smith, 42 years old of Appleton, Washington, fled from the travel trailer and ran into Deputy Wells. Arthur Smith had an outstanding felony warrant for assault in the second-degree domestic violence, and the Klickitat County Sheriff's Office had actively been looking for him since August of 2021. The Sheriff's Office had received numerous reports from community members that Arthur Smith was armed and dangerous. Deputy Wells and Sergeant Riggers drew their service pistols and ordered Arthur Smith to freeze. Arthur Smith complied and was taken into custody without further incident. Arthur Smith was transported to the Klickitat County Jail on the outstanding felony warrant. Deputy Warren confirmed the tire tracks on the stolen pickup truck were the same tire tracks that he had seen at the various burglary sites. Upon further investigation, the Sheriff's Office learned the travel trailer had been stolen from the Dalles, Oregon. The Sheriff's Office seized the travel trailer and the stolen pickup truck. On March 23rd, 2022, the Sheriff's Office served search warrants on the stolen travel trailer as well as the stolen pickup truck, recovering most of the stolen items, including the stolen firearms. Deputy Warren submitted charges to the Klickitat County Prosecuting Attorney's Office, charging Arthur Smith with 2 counts of burglary in the first degree, 1 count of residential burglary, 2 counts of theft in the second degree, 5 counts of theft of a firearm, 1 count of possession of a stolen motor vehicle, 1 count of possession of stolen property in the first degree, 1 count of malicious mischief, and 1 count of unlawful possession of a firearm in the second degree. The Sheriff's Office is continuing to look at other thefts or burglaries in the area to determine if they may be connected with this arrest. Sheriff Songer wants to commend Deputy Warren on his outstanding performance in investigating this case. Deputy Warren worked hard putting the pieces together in this case. Sheriff Songer would also like to commend Deputy Corning, Deputy Matulovich, Deputy Wells, and Sergeant Riggers for their hard work in assisting with this case. Sheriff Songer is proud of the deputies. The teamwork and cooperation from the Sheriff's Office employees is a great example of what the Sheriff's Office does to protect the rights of the citizens we serve. And there are a number of other burglaries that we are looking at to try to tie into this stuff.
So you think that are a bunch more tied to this same gentleman?
Yes.
I mean,
So we're looking into some of the other pieces here. There was another vehicle that we know he is associated with, was reported with a theft of another travel trailer up in Yakima. We're not sure if it is the same vehicle. We are still looking into some of that.
But you believe it's him, though?
Yeah, we do. We suspect that he's been running all over this area. Basically since August, we've been chasing him. So.
And
Yeah,
you knew it was him for a long time?
We
Suspicion.
we've suspected. So we're working hard on it. We're a big county and the guys are running from call to call right now. So it takes time, but we catch up to it and we address it as we can. So.
I mean, I saw this on Facebook and
Yeah.
I was just absolutely like, good job,
Yeah,
guys.
absolutely.
Good job.
Well, and there's been a number of suspicious characters, that didn't equate to a break-in, and it makes me wonder if some of those will stop now.
So if you, probably not. So the citizens are getting really good about calling stuff in. If you look at the number of calls, you look on the, I don't know how many pages back we are here, but we've got some statistics for the Sheriff's Office here. And you look, we've got 2 pages of the various statistics here. Citizen Assist is our highest at 96. And next to Citizen Assist, I believe, is the suspicious persons and circumstances. So we're getting a lot of good citizens that are calling stuff in. People are, in the past, we've had people that will call us days later and go, I should have called you the day that I saw this guy, but now 3 of my neighbors had their houses burglarized, so now I'll call in about this. And we've been encouraging people, don't wait to call that stuff in. Call right away, and people have said, well, we don't want to bother the Sheriff's Office. You guys are busy. We are, but if you call that stuff in while it's going on, it's a lot easier for us to go up there, contact somebody who maybe hasn't done anything wrong, but all of a sudden they see the Sheriff's Office there and they decide to go somewhere else to do their bad stuff. that actually saves a lot of work for us down the road. So that's our encouragement to people, is just to keep calling stuff in. And that number reflects that.
Are you, I've been seeing stuff online. Are you guys seeing much mail theft? Are you getting a lot of reports for the mail theft? I mean,
We've consistently had that. Yes,
Okay.
that is
It-
a continual problem.
is it going up or is it about the same that you've seen? I mean,
It goes up, it goes down, it gets reported, it doesn't get reported. I believe that it's about the same number that it's always been. So it's been consistent. We get reports from, as an example, we had Turkey Ranch Road. We had a number of them reported off of Turkey Ranch Road. Around the same time, we had a number of mail thefts that were reported off of Box Canyon. There was an arrest made in the city of Goldendale, not by the sheriff's office. And it stopped some of
just
that.
like that.
Yeah. And a majority, a lot of the traffic enforcement that the sheriff's office does, we may have a rash of burglaries in one particular area, and then the deputies start spending time out there. We make traffic stops for out taillights, not using their signal, driving too fast, any number of violations, and the person ends up having a suspended driver's license. Or in the past, they would have a suspended driver's license. We would take them into custody and find the drugs in their pocket. They would go away for years, and that solved a lot of our crime problems. We don't have that option anymore as far as the drug side of it. So it's a different process on that.
So you think, I mean, it's just really probably one or two people that are doing most of this mail theft, and it's amazing how much damage one person can do.
I don't know that it's one or two people. It happens everywhere, and we respond to it as it's appropriate. Some people take take different precautions. I have a post office box, so I get all my mail there. Other people have got together with their neighbors, and they'll put up maybe a secured mailbox. Other people that we encourage is put a camera out watching your mailbox. It shows who's gathering and going into your mailbox when you're not looking. So it's the post office, the postal inspectors, they can set up surveillance as well. They can do various things. So they have basically federal authority on that, and it is a federal crime to.
Do they do much of that? I mean, have we had
They
them
do,
set
but
up
they're
to-
as inundated and as short-staffed as everybody else.
Right.
So it takes time.
Okay.
All right,
Please continue.
so I'm going to give you guys an update on our animal shelter. So I have been contacted by Dr. Carl Conroy here in Goldendale, and he wants to be part of my committee for that. Apparently, he's been trying to set up something similar to this for the last 30 years. So we have the funding that's probably going to be available, I believe, in October. And then he had previously met with Ken Bostic with the city of Goldendale when Ken was there before he retired. And they had actually drawn up plans to replace the old facility that they had off of Wing Road. Ken left in the city when we talked with Jay Hunsaker, the chief of police, and he talked with the mayor. They could not find the plans. So I have a call into Ken Bostic because Ken spent hundreds of hours going out and visiting other animal shelters to find out what works. And so they apparently have plans. So I'm hoping to get that going. I also have met with Val Shea. She's a local member here, or local resident here. She wants to be a member as well on the committee. And there's a number of other people that she is friends with. We have met with 3 of those individuals before we even put in for the funding. And so they want to be part of like an oversight board over our animal shelter. So we're making progress on that. And we are going to have, so we had previously mentioned about doing something in the Dallasport area. When we submitted the funding request, we had to list an address where we already had property. So, and we have property in Goldendale. So we did that. We have met, or we have spoken with Representative Gina Mossbrecher. Yes, we can move it out of Goldendale, but they would prefer that we didn't because there's a process we'd have to go through. So we're gonna have to look somewhere here in the Goldendale area.
We do, the county do have property in Dallasport.
Yes.
On that one triangle piece.
Yes.
That and out there.
Yes.
But I mean, when you came in last time, you were talking about getting volunteers to
Yes.
help man it. And I
Yep.
think Dallasport would be a lot harder to find volunteers to man it.
I don't know
From-
that though.
From Goldendale, you
Because
think?
there's a lot of people actually on the west end that want to be, that have kind of reached out and said, hey, we'd really like to be part of this as well. And so we're actually finding people all over the county that really want to be involved in this program. So I'm not sure that if, it's easier if we just leave it in the Goldendale area. So I think that's the direction we're looking at on this, but we're doing lots of work.
Do
on
we
it.
have more issues in the Goldendale area than in the White Salmon area with regards to dogs?
We have issues all over the county. Goldendale had a facility and they, so they were kind of the go-to place. Like we didn't have options as far as where to house the dogs and things of that nature in the past. So we would work with Goldendale on that and they were very, very good to work with. So
Have you guys thought about expanding the scope of it so that, I mean, one thing I know we have on the west side is finding somebody to watch your dog while you go out of town or whatever is really difficult. And I don't know what it is. I don't live up here if you have the same problems. But expanding it so that you could also not just do, that kind of a clinic, but also have another side of it.
Like a doggy daycare.
Like a doggy daycare almost.
Well, I don't know if you saw on the White Salmon Happenings page, the dog, in Bingen, the dog training
Mm-hmm.
is reaching out to find the interest on doggy daycare. If he expands his business model to include that.
Okay. Yeah, because I mean, that makes,
We need it.
we definitely need it. And so I'm
I think
looking.
that's a pretty decent funding option, because you're not gonna get funding from a stray dog, but
no, well,
somebody $40
yeah.
a day to watch their dog.
And this
there's
is-
a funding option.
yeah. And one of the big reasons that we're looking at something like this is the vicious dog aspect. And when we when we build whatever we're going to build on this, we're going to have to be able to isolate those animals away. So if we were doing like a doggy daycare type of program, there's some potential liability on us by that dog even being close to some of these other animals. Because these dogs that we're taking, we're going to have to bring them in. We don't know whether they have shots, whether they've got, diseases that can spread to other animals. So there is some issues related specific to that. That isn't something that, that we've talked about so far, but obviously we have looked at, what other areas around us are doing. So,
I have a contact that managed one of these facilities for years up in northern Washington that I can
Okay.
get in touch with you
Yeah.
that has done all of the fundraising that probably has everything that you could need.
and we have met with somebody who did that in Cowlitz County
Okay.
already. And she did it for, I think, 30 some years.
Commissioner Sauter.
Yeah, Tim, correct me if I'm wrong, isn't the state appropriation that's for a capital cost as far as, so it's to develop, construct a facility? Are you putting some kind of budget together as far as for the ongoing costs of the, maintenance and operation? Because it's, the state has a great habit of, of providing dollars, but not, then there's the ongoing cost to the local taxpayers. And I think we need to have our eyes open as far as what we're actually looking at. Because I'd be happy to do it the other way, where we build the facility with our own dollars and then the state funds its operation in perpetuity.
Yeah. So one of the things that I have mentioned is forming a 501c3. Our canine program, the citizens donated so much money for that. It's been amazing, to be able to buy the dog, pay for all the training. And so that was huge on that. So I have discussed a number of those things with Val Shay, and what she had mentioned is that she's actually tied in with some other 501c3s that could, people can donate through that type of program. So yes, there is discussion about what it's going to cost to maintain and run and things of that nature, and what are we looking at as far as donations. If we have the volunteers that we don't have to pay, and then we get enough donations that could cover the cost of running a facility, then we don't have to come to you guys and say, hey, we need a bunch of money. So there's
That would be good.
discussions. Well, and I understand where we're at financially, and especially long-term. We don't know what next year's gonna bring, or 5 years, or 10 years, or 20 years. So those are things that with this other person that we've been in discussion with, who did this stuff for the last 30 years, you know, how their facility was run over, I believe she said over the 20 or 25 years that she was in charge of fundraising, they got somewhere in the realm of $5 million over that time frame. So there's a lot of people that want to donate, want to be part of this, and if we can do that with no cost to the citizens, other than what they choose to donate, I think that's a great way to look at it. We may be forced to come to you guys and say, hey, look, you know, we need some money for maintenance, or we need some money for utilities or something.
So.
We may have to look at some of those things, but we're gonna try everything we can not to.
The application through the state was for the county, correct? I mean, you got the dollars and it's gonna go to the county for construction of this?
That's correct.
And so it's still going to be county-owned dog shelter in
Yes.
your mind, but you're gonna have a 501c3 for operations.
That was our thought, because that's kind of the way that we do search and rescue, right? There is a board that oversees search and rescue. The sheriff's office does have a small budget for them, but there's a lot of stuff that it is a 501c3 that they get a lot of their equipment through that, because they can apply for donations, they can apply for grants, different things like that. So
Can I address Commissioner Sauter's question? When we wrote the proposal, there was a section for the building, and then there was a section for an animal control officer. And we've been in contact with Chief Hunsaker, and we're hoping to get buy-in from the cities, similar, not like the dollars that we get for the jail, but that they will cover half of the cost of the animal control officer. So it's a countywide control officer funded, and so we've got funding in the proposal for that person.
it has also been mentioned to us that Skamania County does not have any options as far as animals either. So if we can reach out to them and
They
team
take
up with
to
them,
Vancouver, right?
what's,
They take to Vancouver?
I'm not sure. What I was told is that they have basically a contract with a vet, they have a small budget just like we do for the vicious animals. So I'm not really fully sure on what
I
their
think you're
status is.
you're gonna find this is a much deeper issue
Sure.
when you look at, City of Goldendale. How many, animal licenses did you sell last year? 2. If they're not collecting license fees, they don't have money for things.
Right.
So they're gonna have to have their own enforcement arm.
What portion of this shelter do you feel is for the vicious animals? Like what portion of that job versus just
So-
stray animals and everything else?
Yeah, so Dr. Conroy and we kind of discussed, and what we have talked about before is that we want to basically have it a kind of a minimum number of 20 animals that we can take at one time for basically strays or whatever the issue is with them. And then we want 4 to 5 isolation where basically those dogs are in their own room. They have no access to other vicious dogs. So that's kind of our thought, is maybe a 24 or 25. They're not really inmates, but 24 or 25 dog facility basically.
And we are required by the RCW to, if we have an inmate that's arrested and he's got a dog with him and there's no other place for no family or anything, we are required by law to house that animal.
Falls on us.
So where do we do with them now? We
We
take
used
them over
to,
the
we used to
vet?
go through the city of Goldendale, and now
Yeah.
they've shut that down.
Right.
So, when we were doing our budget stuff last year, we had requested $500, and I think, Dan,
Yes,
you're the
right.
one that said that's not enough. And you're the one that proposed it went up to $1,000. And we had one incident in January where we had to house 4 vicious dogs. The time frame was going to be initially was going to be for a minimum of 20 days, and it was $100 per dog. So that's 8,000
Mhm.
per day. That's $8,000 that we were potentially gonna have to do. There was some issues as to whether the dogs had had rabies shots. They had bitten somebody. The person had gone to the hospital. The person was refusing to get the rabies shots. If one of those dogs had rabies and this guy contracted that, it would kill him if he didn't go through the process. So the dog owner, after I think it was 2.5 days or a day and a half, something like that, the dog owner said, well, I'll just let you guys put the dogs down. Because they have to put the dogs down. They have to send the brains of the dogs off to be tested. And it still ended up costing them around $1,300 on that. So we've already, I mean,
Can
that
you
was
go back
January, we
and-
blew that budget.
You can't go back and bill the guy that actually owned the dogs?
We could, but I guarantee we're not getting anything out of that.
Yeah, see, to me, I don't know, I look at, $1,000 or 2,000 or 5,000, and that's pennies. I look at where I see the potential for this going, if it's some county-run dog shelter, at a hell of a big number. And then you're gonna get pennies contributed from the cities, kind of like we get for our jail. And it's just gonna be another
So
giant ask.
yeah, what I
so-
see is it's a need in our community.
Oh, no
Right.
doubt,
We absolutely need it.
like childcare.
And it falls on us, just like the jail. So we have to have a jail. We have to house our people somewhere. And the more that we can get from other people to contribute, it just lowers the amount that we're gonna pay out at the end. We have to pay for this stuff. So how do we get additional funding to kind of offset that and
Is
help
the-
that stuff out?
Is the dog shelter, is it staffed 24/7 or do they
No.
shut the lights off and go
No.
home at night?
Now, most shelters are not
Okay.
staffed 24/7. Basically, what you do is you have a group of volunteers that come in. They run the facility during the daytime, care for the dogs, everything like that. And then throughout the night, let's say one of the deputies gets an animal call. There's 2 different things they can do. If it's a cooperative animal, they can put it in their vehicle. They drive it up here, and then there's usually they'll have some basically some isolation kennels, if you call them, that are all ready to go. They're pre-stocked with a little bit of food and a little bit of water. So they just put the dog in there, maybe write their case number or a brief little synopsis of what's going on with that dog. And it's sitting there waiting the next morning when the volunteers show back up.
My other question would be, what is gonna be the county's liability when we have these volunteers working with these vicious, dangerous dogs?
So, and that's something that we did talk a little bit about, and we have more stuff to kind of explore in that. Training is a big thing on that, and then getting the right equipment is kind of the biggest ways to offset any issues.
I
on
guess
that.
I was unaware when you were applying for this grant that it was going to be a county facility and not some kind of a private facility. Are you still thinking private facility or is this gonna be Klickitat County Dog Shelter?
Yeah, I don't think we've ever relayed the message that it would be private.
Then
it is a
why
need.
was the board not asked if they were willing to fund and operate a dog shelter before the grant was even submitted? Or the funding was asked for?
I don't know the answer to that. So I'll move on with a few other things in the update here, and then I've got some legislative stuff here to talk about, or maybe I'll just start with the legislative stuff. So the 2022 legislative session. So I'm a member of the Washington Fraternal Order of Police, and so I got a nice update from them. I'm also a member of the Washington State Narcotics Investigators Association, and I got an update from them. Some of them are overlapping, some of the stuff is not. So on House Bill 1719, this bill clarifies an issue created by a bill passed in 2021 by narrowing restrictions on firearms and ammunition greater than 50 caliber to rifles. This effectively confirms that law enforcement agencies may acquire and utilize non-lethal equipment and ammunition for greater than 50 caliber. The bill passed both the chamber and the legislature and has already been signed into law. So if you remember last year, we talked to you guys.
Guns,
What's that?
for the beanbag guns.
Beanbag gun. So if you remember, we had to get rid of all of our lethal shotgun ammunition. So they've changed the law. We cannot bring the lethal shotgun ammunition back. So we had to, remember we had to have it out of our inventory by a certain date. And we went through the auction process and got rid of it. The less lethal stuff, we had a decision to make because the wording in the law said, very specific, nothing larger than 50 caliber. Well, a shotgun round is actually 50% larger than 50 caliber, just because of the size. So we had to make a decision on whether to pull all the less lethal shotguns or leave them out there. Half of the law enforcement agencies in the state said, in the law it says we have to provide them less lethal shotguns. In the same law it says we can't provide them with ammunition larger than such and such. So we decided, after getting some legal opinions, there's liability on whichever way we win on that. Our job is to save lives. Less lethal shotguns save lives. It gives the deputies a tool so that they don't have to go to their rifle or their pistol to shoot somebody. So this spreads that distance out and lets them basically knock that person down with a beanbag shotgun round. So we made the position to stay with that. The legislatures that pushed for this said that's not what we meant the bill to say. The Attorney General's office said, yes, it does say that they can't issue the ammunition out for this, but in the law, it says that they need to be issuing these, these out.
You can
for
have the
themselves.
gun, but you can't have the ammunition.
Yeah, so they have fixed that. That was huge on that. If I'm not mistaken, that was one of the laws that was unanimous. So there were a number of laws that they passed in this last legislative session where it was unanimous support across the board. So that, I believe that was one. I could be off on that. House Bill 1735 is another bill that was needed to eliminate confusion caused by bills passed in 2021. This extends the authority of a peace officer to use physical force to the extent necessary, provided they maintain reasonable care in doing so. So it eliminates a variety of situations in which physical force can be justified. It enumerates. So it really clarifies when they can do it. And it makes it clear the legal standard does not limit or restrict a peace officer's authority or responsibility from performing life-saving measures, community caretaking functions, or respond to requests for assistance or service. So this bill passed both chambers of the legislature and has already been signed into law. So this puts the community caretaking back on the table for law enforcement. So when we had people in crisis in the past, the way that they changed the law, we couldn't use any type of force to try to get that person in custody to go get them to a hospital to be seen. And those 4 prongs for that under the Involuntary Treatment Act are that they are danger to themselves, they are danger to others, danger to property, or they are gravely disabled. So gravely disabled, they're the people that don't have any food, they don't have any way to care for themselves. They are going to stay where they're at until they are dead. So this allows us to use a little bit more, we can actually detain that person and take them with them. In the next one here, House Bill 2037, this is final clarification that confirms that police officers may use necessary reasonable force when there is probable cause that the person has committed or is committing an offense to prevent the person from fleeing a temporary investigative detention or take a person into custody when authorized or directed by statute. So this kind of puts the reasonable suspicion back in there. It doesn't specifically say reasonable suspicion. It's probable cause that these things exist, but in reality, it puts the reasonable suspicion back in for a temporary detention. So,
Why didn't they just say reasonable suspension?
um,
So were they
there
trying-
is some politics behind that one that they weren't going to go back.
on what-
It's hard to ask people to go back and admit they made a mistake sometimes. So if you change your wording a little bit to where it says sort of what the thing before said, it means the same thing. The wording is just a little bit different.
So we shouldn't be having the legal issues with prosecutors and everything because it doesn't say, suspicion. Everybody knows what it means, but they're not
Yeah,
gonna be able to
that-
play that hopefully against it.
We are waiting for so our prosecutor did a great job of giving us a kind of a breakdown on the legal side of things the last session. I'm hoping that we get to that this one as well. Because the way that he came up with that really did a great job of really laying stuff out for us. So we're kind of waiting for some direction from our prosecuting attorney on that. There were a number of other things. So those ones were specific. That was kind of the update from the Fraternal Order of Police on the way that things went. They were advocates for certain laws, and so they pushed for certain things. The Washington State Narcotics Investigators Association, they pushed for a number of things as well, and they didn't quite have as much luck as the Fraternal Order of Police did, but they did push for some stuff. Some of the bad forfeiture bills that they were trying to push through, they got a lot of that stuff X'd out. They were pushing hard for, I believe it's Senate Bill 5919. This related to the pursuit and detention bill. This was the one that they held until the very last day. It passed both houses of the chambers, or both chambers of the legislature. But for some reason, it went back to be reintroduced, and they were pushing for some other stuff that they didn't get, and so they buried the bill. And this would have allowed basically vehicle pursuits to go back to the way that they were. This one, it was frustrating because it had strong support from both sides, but because of politics, they buried the bill.
So where are we at now with vehicle pursuits? We're still. under
Nothing
the
has
law,
changed.
So pretty much you can't chase anybody.
You need a on-duty supervisor's approval prior to initiate a pursuit. There are a number of prongs on that. There's only certain things that we can pursue for. We have to have probable cause. Probable cause is we're at the level where we have enough to make an arrest. So imagine if there's a homicide, across the street, and we're up here and somebody dials 911, and we all go running down there, and the guy comes running out of the house, and somebody says, "That's him. He's the one that just killed him." I don't have probable cause. I only have reasonable suspicion.
You haven't seen.
That guy jumps in a car and takes off. There's nothing we can do.
Other than write his license plate down.
Exactly. Nothing else we can do. We cannot pursue for that. So this was, and that's led to a lot of the crime statewide. We have an increase of crime going on in our communities. We're busy. It's more violent crime, but the level that we're getting compared to what the rest of the state is getting, we are lucky in our community. And that's not saying that the luck's going to last. So we got to keep fighting that fight.
In most jurisdictions that you're aware of are down officers as well, right?
Yes.
Especially in the larger
Yes.
cities. I mean, significantly down.
Yeah, the bonuses for lateral officers are up to $30,000 now over in the King County, Snohomish County area. So $25,000 to $30,000. Clark County, Vancouver is, I believe, $25,000 just to come over there. Everywhere across the country is,
Was it the Dallas 10?
the Dalles was 10. Yeah, that's what we, we lost one of the Dalles in November, December. And that was $10,000 that he got to go over there. Plus, the starting wage was the same that he got here. And then after 12 months, he was going to be significantly higher than we pay. So anyways, so there were a couple of other ones. 5728. This deals with the basically of seized assets. The state gets a percentage of that, and what they are doing is they're directing that money to go into behavioral health in the state. So that one passed legislation 48-1 and was sent to the governor's desk. I haven't heard if that one passed or not. So that's kind of my legislative stuff there.
I will say it's bad, but a friend of mine dialed 911 in Portland last week and was on hold for 45 minutes before they even talked to someone.
So if you look at the Clark County Sheriff's Office, they have eliminated a large number of calls that they will even respond to. Basically in progress stuff. We are not at that, and we don't want to go to that. We have one who started the academy, Zach McBride. I talked to him last week. Everything's going good for him. So I'm just having him keep in contact with me.
Was that in the group
And
of three?
No.
Okay.
So the group of three, the backgrounds got finished about a week and a half ago. Actually, I take that back. About 2 weeks ago, the backgrounds got finished. In about the last week and a half, we had 3 polygraphs that were taken. All 3 passed their polygraphs, so we're pretty excited on that. 2 of them have already started the psychological stuff, and the third one is going to be contacted today to figure out when we can set that up. So,
How long does the psych take?
that's dependent on the person themselves. So there's a written portion that takes between 3 and 4 hours. And then the interview with the psychologist usually isn't that long. It's usually a half hour to an hour.
So it's a day plus whenever they can schedule with the psychologist.
Yes.
And
Yeah,
so-
usually they do so when I did mine, everything was done at their facility all day one. This is a lot different. So COVID has actually kind of helped us out with this. They're able to come in, take the written test online, and the results go directly to the psychologist. Then the psychologist is actually able to set up a Zoom meeting with them. They meet one-on-one, but before that, everything that's been done in their hiring process to this point, the psychologist gets all of that. So he has to review all that, all of the polygraph information, everything learned during the background investigation, all their test scores, everything goes to the psychologist. He reviews all that, and then he is able to meet with them and discuss what's going on and see if there's any issues.
So is your hope to send all 3 of them off at the same time and they'll go through the same course together and kind of be their own cohort?
Well, looking at gas prices, I would prefer to have all 4 of them in one vehicle commuting over there and back. So the benefit of one of the 4 that we've hired is he is a reserve deputy now. So he's already been through the training. He can go out day one and start helping out with calls. So that's going to be a bit of a help there because we are anticipating another retirement in probably the next month or 2. So the quicker we get them through the academy, the quicker we can get them back and start going through their field training. So because we're going to send them off to the academy for, close to 5 months, and then they're going to come back, and then we're going to put them through their field training. That is assuming that they don't have to go back to the academy and repeat certain things, because that does, it's not a guarantee when we send them to the academy that they pass. There may be things they have to go back for remedial. not uncommon that people will not pass the academy and we have to start over. So my hopes are we've got, some really great candidates here. My hope is that they are able to go back, finish the academy all together, come back, and then we can put them through the field training.
What
and pass
percentage
on
of candidates don't pass the academy?
It's pretty low. I think it's down around the 2 to 3% don't actually pass the academy.
I wish we could
My
get
class
that.
when I went through, it was everybody that we started with, we passed. The class before us was a class of 30, and there was one that didn't pass. And so it does happen. It is occasion. The bigger issue is the field training programs. A lot of departments are getting away from an FTO program, the field training officer program, and they're going with what's called a PTO program, which is a police training officer program. And basically that is where they go in the field for a month, and then they're doing like a 2-week class where they go through everything that they learned in the last month, and they kind of see what areas they need additional training on. Then they go back in the field for another month, and then they're back in class for a week or two, and then they go back into the field for a month, and then they're kind of judged from there on how things are going. So we're part of a field training officer program. When I went through, there was one area that they wanted additional training on, and so we just, in between calls, went back to the office, and they brought in one other deputy and then one of the city officers for Goldendale, and we just role played, worked our way through that. Everybody will have an area that they need improvement on.
So are all of our deputies, training officers certified so that these 3, when they come back, they
Not
can work
all.
with
I think,
everybody?
yeah, I think we're, I'd have to look at the numbers. I think we're around 6 or 8 field training officers. And so you go to one for a month, that's your phase 1. Then you go to one for a month, that's your phase 2. And you go to one for a month, that's your phase 3. Phase 1 is the show me phase. Phase 2 is the help me phase. And phase 3 is the watch me phase. So under the show me phase, the field training officer is doing all the work, and they're showing the trainee how to do certain things. Phase 2 is the help me phase. That's where the trainee is now trying it, and the field training officer is helping them through that. The phase 3 is where the trainee is doing everything, and the field training officer is standing back, only stepping in if there is an issue.
But we will be able to handle with the schedule,
Yes.
having that many guys at the same time.
Yes.
With that many trainers, okay.
Yeah, because they're through the academy, they're certified. The field training officers, you basically have we're going to have 3 2-man cars running around at the same time, basically, or they'll be on different
We're
shifts
saving
and
gas
things
at
like that.
least.
But yes, and that has been a thought, so that is helpful in that. So
Congratulations. I mean, the fact that we've got this many guys that are willing and able and willing to, when other people are offering 30,000, that's just.
we are and that's for the lateral stuff. So those are guys that have already been through it. So entry levels, yes, some departments are offering bonuses for entry levels, but those are the really big agencies. And I will tell you, the best way to recruit people to stay in Klickitat County is to recruit people from Klickitat County.
Absolutely.
They're born here, they're raised here, we know these people, they want to be here, it's their community, and they want to be involved in it. So
100% agree.
and to credit to you guys, Klickitat County, I think the pay is very fair. I think it's incredibly fair. So that's usually one of the reasons that people will leave is
Did you hear that,
advancement.
Dave? You didn't do a good enough job in the union negotiations.
Yeah, I was waiting for that. Yes,
No, you did a great job in the union negotiations. So the pay is decent in Klickitat County. That's great. And then what we really need to look for in the future is advancement opportunity for people. Because if they get hired as a deputy and they do a 25-year career and all they did as a deputy and they didn't have a chance to do something else, there's kind of a 7-year cycle for law enforcement. And every 7 years they go through a burnout period. And they really have to think, am I
That's why
gonna
you
keep doing
change your
this?
detectives regularly, right?
Detectives,
On a shorter rotation, right, usually?
well, and that's,
Well, you're full of questions today.
yeah, but I don't know that I want to answer that. So detective rotations have not been, I mean, you
Voluntary.
get somebody that's a good detective in there, you want to leave them in there for a while. So we've had some other issues with detective stuff where maybe the work wasn't getting done, so they were moved back onto the road and they try somebody else. It creates experience for everybody, and it is what we need to do is after somebody graduates the academy and then they do their field training officer program. When they're done with that, we really need almost like a detective school
Process to roll.
just to get them more experience for handling burglaries and thefts and things like that. Send them back out on the road for a couple of years, then put them in a detective position where they have time and they have a little bit more exposure on some of the nastier cases. But I will tell you, a lot of the deputies don't want to go to detectives because your sex crimes will just eat you alive, especially if you got a family. So, anyways,
Are we okay on time?
yeah, where are we
we've
at?
got
We've
till-
been just
we've
chatting
got
for
till
a
noon.
while. So Carmen had her update here, and then something came up, so she wasn't able to make it in this morning. So she's hired a couple of people. She's always been down on corrections officers, and so every time that she gets up on corrections officers, I think we try to hire them for the road. The nice part about that is we know the people we're getting. The job is different, but we kind of know the mentality and the temperament of the people that we're
Didn't
looking
it
at.
used to, like, when we had no problem and, there were plenty of officers, didn't we usually just pull right out of the jail a lot? Because it was kind of like, if you want to become on the road, you got to put your time in the hole.
It was, so some law enforcement agencies, that is the way that it is. You're hired as a deputy and then they assign you to the jail. And based on your performance in the jail determines if you go to the next academy. So everybody is hired as a deputy. They do that. In Klickitat County, we don't really have that, but we have a good reputation of hiring from the jail. So people want to go in law enforcement. Hey, go do some time in the jail, and then you got a good chance of coming. We got Melissa Wykes that way. We got Ed Gunyon that way. We got Dusty Force that way. We got Randy Wells that way. Jason Rytalk, he was in corrections over on the Oregon side. So it really is a good way to give somebody exposure to what we do as a job. But it's not a guarantee that, somebody that is a good corrections officer would make a good road deputy. So there's a number of things in her update here. She's working really hard on trying to keep the overtime down. I know that that's almost impossible in the jail. But she did hire Danny Alexson, who is a range timber deputy for the sheriff's office, which is a part-time position. She's also a casual dispatcher right now. And so we have hired her as a casual corrections deputy. So a lot of work for her, and it's just, it's
Cross-training.
help for everything. Yeah, that's right. So there's some training stuff that she's working hard on. The crisis intervention training through the state that's required. In the corrections, I believe they're required to have the 8 hours in there. For the road, they're wanting us to be at, we had to be at 25% by June 1st, or the end of June, I think is actually what it is, where 25% of our deputies have been through the 40-hour crisis intervention training. So I got everybody in October to get us up to the 25%. And then one of those deputies then got an offer to go work for the Dallas Police Department. So it dropped us down under that. So we registered 3 deputies to go through the 40-hour course in April and May. And it's required as a result of a lawsuit. So basically the state pays for everything. We don't have to pay for anything. The state's covering the cost for everything, including backfill overtime for that person. So it's really incredible. So we registered one of our deputies for one of the classes that they insist you got to get somebody in this class. Great, we'll do it. Turns out that was the only person that registered for the class, so they canceled that class. So we're trying to get all the deputies through that. Crisis intervention training is incredibly important. I went through it because a lot of the guys were complaining about I was just going to be touchy-feely. So I said, well, I'll go through it and then I'll share my experience with everybody. It was not like that. It was good tools, and it was a lot of common sense stuff. So we're working through that. Carmen's working through at least to ensure, and I believe that she has all of her people through at least the 8-hour course on
So
that
do
one.
you have, after the 40 hours, you have 8 hours each year that you have to go through?
No.
Or continuing
No,
education
so-
or anything?
The state came out with the 8-hour program a number of years back. So we actually hosted 2 classes. We hosted one in white salmon and we hosted one in Goldendale. We got half of our people to the white salmon one and half of our people to the Goldendale one. So we made sure that everybody in our department had the 8-hour. People have come and gone since then. Then we do a 2-hour crisis intervention training every year. It's an online thing. Most of the guys have it done by about the 5th of January. It comes out January 1st, and within days, most of our guys have that done. The 40-hour is something new that the state came up with. They wanted to send people to that. Like I said, I went to it back in, I believe it was October last year, and a number of other people went through that as well. And so going forward, once I have the 40-hour, all I will have to do is that 2 hours, unless the state decides they need to update something, and then they may require like an 8-hour or a 16-hour update to the 40-hour. So, but most of the time they just continue to do that stuff every, just with the 2-hour section on that. So, courts. So there's a lot of stuff going on with the courts. We have added a few more special deputies so that they can do court security. And they are posse volunteers who have a limited commission. So if the judge tells them to detain somebody, they have the legal authority to do that. And so we have
4.
We have 4 now. And so that way we can help out with the West District Court, the East District Court, and the Superior Court. And we can actually do all 3 of the courts at the exact same time.
Are you keeping track of those hours that
Yes.
those guys are doing? Because we're looking right now into the costs of the court costs. And
Yes.
one thing we haven't included in is the value cost of those people that isn't a commissioned officer sitting there.
We are.
But we need to look at that. So
Yes.
if you could help, or Karen, if you
I've
could.
given Jen the numbers.
Okay.
Yeah.
I've given her the hours, and I will continue on that.
Great. Thank you.
Absolutely. Yep. Transports, they're doing a lot of transports. There is some stuff coming up with mental health related stuff. It's very specific, and I would completely get it wrong if I tried to explain what Carmen was telling me about. So there is some stuff going on with that, so that's a good thing.
Positive things.
Very positive
The-
stuff.
Is the
yes.
crisis intervention considered mental health too? A lot of that training on that in your 40-hour?
Well, so the part that I'm referring to in her update would be basically the mental health of the inmates, the services that they receive for that. So that would be separate from our 40-hour. Our 40-hour is more into like recognizing that somebody's having a mental health issue, as opposed to, and a big part in that training was recognizing that somebody had a mental health issue as opposed to maybe a behavioral issue, right? And focusing on the mental health side of things, realizing, hey, this is somebody that's in crisis, as opposed to somebody who's, trying to not cooperate.
I mean,
That was one of the
this has
things.
been a big deal, where in some of these big jurisdictions, you're saying we need a
Yes.
mental health professional whenever the people show up. And I mean, the fact that you guys are all going through this 40-hour training, I think that's great.
We're one of 3 counties in the state that are doing this.
Oh, really?
We're
And it's
True Blood.
it's called a true blood. It's as a result of what's called a true blood lawsuit against the state. And so the state is being forced to provide us with this additional training.
But there's only 3 counties.
Only
doing it.
3 counties. It's us, Clark County, I think, and
Yakima?
no, it's over on the west side.
Oh.
I can't remember the exact county, but it was like Thurston or something like that. But anyways, so there's 3 counties that they're required by law to provide this stuff to. But when I went to my class, it was probably 50 or 60 people in the class from different law enforcement agencies around, where the department themselves are saying it's not required of us to send them to this 40-hour, but the tools and the resources that they learn by going to this is going to be helpful for us. So.
So the Beacon contract that we've had in place for a few years, they just sent out an amendment number 3 that's going to assist with some of the future things that Carmen Scott noted in here. So that'll go to the PA's office this week. And so in a couple of weeks, you guys get to approve it.
I probably talked too much already, so I'll let Karen go over the budget stuff.
I can be very quick.
Don't have to be.
Okay. Budget-wise, we are on track. We're 3 months into our budget and our spending is remaining is at 82%. So that's much better than 75%, which would be projected. Yes, fuel is higher. However, we are also reaching out to Public Works to possibly fuel from their facilities at a lower cost rather than retail Chevron and retail Pack Pride and Carson Oil. So we're not putting all of our,
How much savings would that be?
not sure of the dollar amount quite yet, but we do use about 3,000 gallons a month. So
That's it?
yeah, so we're
kind of run efficient.
yeah, we try to stay quite efficient. Let's see. If you're looking at our budget and our expenditure percentages, et cetera, operating supplies and patrol, we're spending a little bit faster than we had anticipated. So we're going to continue with our monitoring. We have a 2-system approval process for any purchase in our department. So say you want something, there's a log that you put it on, your supervisor has to approve it, and then I approve budget or not. So we evaluate every purchase. Nothing just gets bought willy-nilly. And so that is throughout all aspects of our budget. Minor equipment, you're going to see that higher right now. The bar's 3,500. That's because that's where some of our service contracts are, our Axon tasers for both the jail and patrol. So those annual lease contracts have just been paid out. So that is why you see those high numbers there. And range timber, they're off season right now, so you're not going to see much spending on them because they only do 29 hours a month in off season and 79 during season. Let's see. So we're on track for getting the supplemental to Jen for the labor and wages, or the wages and benefits. That form's almost completed and ready for her. The inventory that's due this week, I've gone through and itemized all of our minor equipment, some of those purchases, so that we're logging all of that. I've put in a process so that we can keep that up to date on a monthly basis rather than this extended period of time. So I think that we're complying with the requests from IT for that. Body cam program, we received notice yesterday that they've started shipping the, some of the equipment. They're working, WatchGuard is working with Jeff Rose so that he's connecting all of the dots technically. And we'll roll out to our command first, the sergeants and the undersheriff, and then they'll be rolled out to the individual deputies. That way, everybody knows how to use them. I don't have an ETA for the implementation on that yet. Marine program. So we did receive the grant from the Marine Division that I had spoke about last month. And the grant is up to $150,000 for a new boat. And it will require a 25% cash, which we've got some VR&R funds that we have been setting aside for the replacement. I don't have the actual dollar amount with me right now for what our VR&R is for our boat.
What are the plans for the old boat?
Well, I met with Matt Stowers, great meeting. He even showed us some tricks on sector and things that we can do. And he concurred because of where our dam, where the Dalles Dam is, if we can show our numbers of where we have a primary rescues and operations on one side of the dam, the new boat can go there. And if we have secondary
Do
numbers.
you want to add to inventory?
Yes, he is allowed, they would allow us to keep the second boat so we can have a boat go for each side.
How many hours are on the motor of this boat?
I do not know.
In the past, we've had a boat stationed up here and a boat stationed in Lyle. Just because that was kind of in between the Dalles and
White salmon.
and White Salmon, the
Where do
Bingen
you-
Marina.
Where do you put it in Lyle?
At the county road
Up there.
property up there.
So due to the types of rescues that we have, like the nighttime rescue, that type of thing, and when the sandbar collapsed underneath, the spit collapsed underneath the kids, we could have had a boat closer. And can't guarantee an outcome change, but it would be nice to be able to have an outcome change for that one. So,
We have saved a number of lives by being in the right place at the right time.
Yeah.
And we have Marine Patrol trained individuals on that end of the county.
right. So if we had the boat only up here, you've got an hour that you've got to take to get to it versus if we have the boat down there. And we've got Tim Harden ready and available right there in White Salmon, so he can get the boat in the water. And he's also part of the search and rescue team, so he does both. So so my question today is, would you feel comfortable if we propose applying for this? For the proposal for the, because I don't want to go through the whole grant proposal process and then you guys are not even interested, so.
So theoretically, you could take the boat you have now and station it down in Lyle
Exactly.
And then
without doing a grant for a second boat.
Well, the grant program, or the marine program has slated that our boat is old enough that we need to have it replaced. We're one of a few counties that they're willing to give the money to so that we can replace it.
But there is a cost to the taxpayers to replace it.
Correct, and we've been using.
That's my job, is to be fiscally responsible with the taxpayers' money.
Right, no,
And
and
that's why I was asking how many hours are on this boat? How many hours are on this motor?
Yeah, I do not know, but we can find out and we can email that to you. We've been setting VR&R money aside, which would qualify for the 25%. We don't know if we're gonna find a boat at 150,000. We don't know if we'd find one going through the RFP process less, but June 30th is, I believe, when this is all due, so.
Trying to remember, did the sheriff's office take the boat off the VR&R this last budget cycle? Do you remember
I believe
something?
so.
We had talked about doing, so that's why I don't know what the total dollar amount in VR&R is for it right now.
Okay, so if we took the boat off the VR&R, because we're
Mhm.
trying to save money.
Right.
A year, and
Yeah.
we're all making cuts, everybody's making cuts.
Exactly,
So if we do that, and luckily we have some money in there,
right.
what are we gonna do going into the future if the new boat or the boats are no longer on the VR&R?
Well,
They need to be back on the
yeah,
VR&R
this
at some
year,
point.
we had
that's what I'm
anticipated
wondering.
putting it back on this year. Now that, we were meeting that 3% cut. And so that's how we were cutting.
Well, I guess I look at it two ways. I look at it as, does the boat need replaced? Which to me is an hours on the motor issue. I like to think I know something about boats, and especially aluminum boats for that matter, both inboard and outboard. Does it need replaced, or would it be nice to get it replaced? Those are the two factors. And it is a use of taxpayer money. And if you do go to two boats, you're going to be asking for increased budget next year to operate and maintain two boats. You're adding a fleet vehicle
Mhm.
in times where budget is not good. We don't know if we can maintain the fleet we have or the employees we have. So I think for me, it's a real big ask adding another fleet vehicle when, say, this year you went from interceptors to pickup trucks, which jumped the price of fleet vehicle up as well. In the budget times we're having now, I cannot justify adding a second vehicle. And to replace this one out, if you're getting a grant and you can sell this one that would cover our contribution, that's one thing.
Mhm.
But having to come up with a contribution and then add another vehicle, that's a different story. That's my take on that one anyway.
I hadn't even thought, I mean, I know what it costs. I've got a boat to maintain the boat, how much it costs to maintain it, and I hadn't even thought about those costs, so. Thank you, Commissioner Christopher. Commissioner Sauter, any thoughts on this?
Yeah, it's gonna be a stretch for me to, to add to the fleet just because of the ongoing costs. I would be cautiously supportive of replacing the boat if it's, although I'm sensitive to Commissioner Christopher's comment about, it depends on, do we need to replace it? Although based just on the age, it's probably time if it's eligible. As far as using VR&R, I mean, those dollars were set aside for the replacement cost of the boat. They can't, I think it would take, some kind of change to be able to repurpose those dollars. So it's not like we, but I would be curious what the balance is on the boat VR&R that's sitting in fund balance. Will that cover the 25% grant match? And then understanding that if we do, it will have to go back on VR&R because, we don't buy something that we don't plan for eventually replacing. That would be, irresponsible. And so I think there's a cost there, but and again, it's your work to submit the grant application, and I respect that you don't want to waste your time. If it's a hard pass on the part from the board, then don't waste your time. But I will remind us that just because you apply and we receive, there is another off ramp later to say, no thanks, but no thanks, keep your money. So it doesn't lock us in other than you've wasted your time submitting it. So like I said, I think I would be okay with you submitting at this point. I would support that. As far as I don't think I could support keeping increasing the fleet.
Okay.
Right, and I would also, I don't know if the word caution or bring to light. If you replace the boat, it's not just a matter of the boat. We would need to see expenses or cost estimates for new lighting, new CBs, new, all that other stuff that may or may not be transferred from one boat to the other boat. And is there a cost on there that's more than what this grant covers? So
Well,
I'm
and-
willing to, with one boat, I'm willing to look at new boat and potentially selling the old one at auction, which will make up for the difference of taxpayer dollars to get this one.
Mhm.
I can explain that to the general public. Still curious about how much money's in VR&R and how many miles are on the motor, or how many hours, because there will be an hour meter on that motor.
Right,
Well,
yeah, I
and
just didn't know.
keep in mind that the hours that we spend on that boat, they're under the hardest and the worst conditions. This is not a boat that's in pristine condition that we're going to get any money out of. You know, we go out when people have made poor choices. We have to go out there and try to save their lives. So these boats have been in the worst of the worst. The jet skis that we have, those are probably in the better condition because those are what we've gone out, we've done a little bit more patrolling on because those are much more efficient. We can run both of those jet skis for less fuel than we run that boat for. So those are a great asset for getting out there. The reason that it is important that we do consider a second boat is the public safety aspect of that. We don't have time to come up to Goldendale to get the boat, to get back down to, say, the Bingen Marina, or a lot of times we'll launch actually there in Lyle. We've got to launch this boat. We got to get out there and try to save somebody's life. That's the business we're in. There is a cost associated with that. I understand we don't want to add another boat to that, but the other boat, if we had a boat down on that end, the other boat is essentially covering everything from, say, this side of the Dalles Dam all the way out to the county line. And a lot of times we're the closest boat to be able to deal with some of that stuff. So in the long term, you know, if we don't do it this term, in the long term, we do need to think about having two boats in our county, one on one end, one on the other one. You know, we've got the jet skis for patrolling and that's great, but it's the emergency call that comes out. You know, we spend thousands of dollars on firearms. I've only used my firearm to put down deer so far. You know, we spend a lot of money hoping that we never have to use it, and we get lucky a lot of times. We probably use those boats in more emergencies than we do our firearms.
I understand that, but there is no more money. So
Right.
unless you're
We're-
willing to
we're not
trade
trying
off
to-
personnel for
Yeah.
a new boat,
No, we're not trying to take more money. We're trying to find a way to efficiently work within what we've got. So yes, there might be some minor maintenance costs, but we might have to look and
that's the
find.
difference if there's a budget ask or if
Right.
you're gonna live within the budget you currently have.
Which is what we've done so far. We're trying to figure out a way to do that with what we've got.
Okay.
Do you use the jet skis for like those emergencies, like somebody's in the water, you launch jet skis and they have a.
It depends on the circumstances. So understand that if you've got some pretty good swells out there and it's raining, it's dumping, the wind is kicking, if you take those jet skis to try to recover that person, or to try to save that person, there are circumstances where you're probably going to be the victim too. But there are a lot of times where it's not like that. And yes, those jet skis get deployed and they go in and they're able to save somebody.
What degree V do you have on that boat, you know?
I don't.
That'd be
What
another
degree
question,
of
I'd
what?
be curious. The degree of the V, the cut of the
Okay.
bow,
Yeah.
whether it goes over waves or through waves.
So the nighttime rescue of the three fishermen, we would have, the size of the swells and the height of the side of the boat, we almost lost our guys going in because it wasn't, that boat is not made for rescue efforts for that type of condition. Correct?
I believe that's correct. Because that boat is not purpose built for law enforcement. That would take a lot more. I mean, no, that's basically a fishing boat that's been converted
Mhm.
for what we use it for. It does a great job. It did a whole lot better than the boat we had before. And we did have 2 boats for a while, and I believe that one of the boats got replaced with the jet skis. I think that was kind of the justification at the time, is we got rid of this old boat that probably never should have been in our fleet. It was known as the tank. And it was, it was a mess.
That one makes sense, changing the old boat with jet skis,
Absolutely.
I'll give you that one.
Yeah, so we had 2 actual patrol boats for
Not
probably 8 or
jumping
10 years, maybe.
too far ahead, did you get the answers you were looking for on that? I had a question on something different, but I don't.
So what
wanna-
we
we're
will,
kinda
what
running
we'll
out of
do
time.
is we'll go ahead and continue our inquiry and see what pricing is.
That's what I'm
And-
really worried about is the price of boats, 150,000 right now is, prices of boats have went through the roof, have they not, Commissioner Christopher?
And
As with everything else.
That's what
Yeah.
everything.
I mean,
And
you
that
can-
150,000
You got
used to be a
volunteers
lot.
too. I got plenty of bags of pop cans. Everybody can collect pop cans. We can melt them fuckers
Right.
down. We can,
I won't be standing
refurbish.
at grocery stores with my hand decorated coffee cans asking for money like we did for the dog, right?
I was gonna say,
Commissioner?
I'm fully aware of, costs of boats and having to
But
re-rivet the
May
floor on every week,
2nd, I
every
think,
month.
is when when our next meeting is, so we can bring more information then.
Have
Yeah.
that conversation.
sound-
Please, please
Yeah,
bring the
it's, to
information
me, it's
back.
gonna come down cost of boat, cost of add-ons.
Sure.
Cause it's kind of the same thing, you know, I'm looking through the bills, we get a new truck, you know, the truck gets new lights and, you know, because it can't get converted from the old car, cause things fit differently.
We
Um,
did actually,
then I'm
we
looking
did
at the-
actually transfer a lot of stuff in these last setups. There's a lot of equipment that was able to be used.
But then I look at the, you know, that came in on our, agenda requests.
Sure.
But then you go through the weekly bills and you start seeing Amazon type purchases, that
Oh,
are
for
going
the
in those
chains,
trucks as well.
Yeah.
That it's, that you didn't really look at when you saw the initial vehicle price. You have all these little add-on Amazon options, that I don't know that always get factored in.
Would you
Um,
like those factored in next year?
Well, ideally factored in before we say yes to a boat,
Oh, yeah. no,
kind
no,
of thing, you know,
yeah.
so we know
So-
what the real cost is. If I'm told the real cost is 90,000, but it's really 105 by the time you add all the other
So
stuff in it,
The add-ons are actually included in the
in the
grant.
proposed number?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that they have said, you know, oh, your depth finder, your, all of the sonar, all of that is included.
In the 150.
In up, what they'll
When
pay
you
is
do a
up
quote.
to 150.
Yeah, with a boat, all the stuff should be there unless there's more stuff that they think they want later.
Yeah.
You know, you buy a quad, it comes with tires, but are those the tires you want? Or
Exactly.
you wanna upgrade to
Yeah.
these other tires? So I
Well,
wanna
and-
know everything.
And there's
One
always,
number, you'll be happy in the door. You won't wanna change out something, you know, 3 weeks from then.
there's
Uh,
always a wish list.
Well,
fully aware.
the number one wish list on there is the monitor for fighting wildfire from the water. And that we will go to the businesses, the boatyards, the railroads. And so basically it'll pull the water up and you just shoot like a water cannon. And so that type
That's
of
one of the
add-on
goals
is
from the state.
something, you know, that will go to,
Side note, you have on our consent agenda item today,
yep.
the contract for the jail for white salmon.
Mhm.
And it's $13,000. And with our jail cost at 1.8 million a year, I'm curious how we got to $13,000. And did you figure X number of inmates from the city per year? And they're paying X number of dollars per day? How did that number get to
So
be
I
that?
actually, that number was in place before I was ever hired.
The same amount.
Same amount. And Carmen had given me some briefing yesterday that they used to nickel and dime every an invoice, and the time that it spent to calculate how much each of the different cities' bills was spending more time than actually you were making.
Right, I'm just kind of looking at it at $1.8 million for the jail. divided about by
figure-
the number of inmates we have today, we're paying about $500 per inmate day.
So,
No,
okay,
It's-
if you
it's-
figure
yeah.
$1.8 million divided by 365, that gives us $5,001.96 a day. Now, we have a 49-bed facility,
Right, but we only
So,
have 25
yeah.
people in it.
20.
but
Anyway.
if we had all 49 beds, it's $102. We've got 20 people in, which makes it $250.
At times, we'll go up to as high as 70 in that jail.
Right, but that was years ago before the drug laws changed.
Well,
I
yes,
don't know that
It
we're
was
getting there again.
pre-COVID.
but,
And before the drug laws changed. Half the people in that
That all
jail were
happened right
drug
about
laws.
the same time.
but to give you better information, Carmen is currently pulling,
I called Carmen and asked.
yeah. So we're working on getting you the actual numbers for how many each of the cities, because if Bench and White Salmon arrests somebody, that doesn't mean that that's actually their prisoner. They could be arrested for a
County
Goldendale
trips.
warrant. They could be arrested for Oregon warrant. So it's not necessarily their prisoner. And so,
But somebody's looking into that data on how many of their prisoners,
Yes.
and I will sign this because it's only got a
Thank you, yeah.
120-day cancellation clause if you want to
But we're also,
reevaluate.
we're also
Well-
going into the big negotiations.
Right, that's what I'm saying. We don't have to carry this 3 years if we don't want to.
right, and my theory was that in December, we'll write the contracts for all of the jails for a 4-year term for the new sheriff. You know, so that in January, after the board has shifted their positions and everybody's been sworn in, then we're ready to go with the contracts. And you can start negotiations if you're wanting.
The problem is for our budget, we need to know what that number is through budget time, not through the beginning of next year for contracts. So
No,
like-
I'm aware of that.
So
yeah.
that was why we would need to start this discussion. So what we just did, I
Right
don't know
now.
if you guys are aware, but what we did is we said, we're going to renegotiate, we're canceling the county code that dealt with, we used to just pay, the cities just paid a portion of the judge's salary. We subsidized everything else, and it's a big
Mhm.
number. And I was asking Carmen about this because if we're renegotiating that, and these guys need to know about their budget for next year as
Mhm.
well, and they're going through the same
Right.
budget cycle, we need to be knowing this right now.
Mhm.
And so my personal theory would be, this should be done, year to year from January 1 to January 1, or a 4-year term or whatever with
Yeah.
cost escalations and everything else, because,
Right,
But it
everything
needs
is
to be
going up.
looked at and reevaluated from time to time. Like you said, this was the way it was when you got here.
right.
When was the last time it was looked at and evaluated?
And what was
And I brought
what
it
was
up
the total
multiple times
budget
over
back
years.
then when they agreed to the 13,000?
It wasn't $1.8 million for the jail, I'm sure.
Well, yeah, but you also had more inmates, so price per inmate comes down.
Right.
Where I don't think we're gonna have 70 again, because I think half of the ones that were in there were drug charges.
Our numbers are going back up from violent crimes.
Yeah.
And that's what you're gonna see is we could be back up at 70 with every single one of them being violent crimes.
Do you think it could
That's
be
the
that
trend.
high?
I think it could. That's the trend. We got a lot more people living in our county than we did probably when those contracts were negotiated as well. The drug problem didn't go away. They're still using the drugs. They're just getting arrested for different crimes.
Other crimes, yep.
So it's not changing anything. It's actually making it worse. If you had the drug problem, if you were able to make the arrest for the drug problem, you could get things like drug courts or some of the treatment issues, things of that nature. And then you're able to bring your populations back down because you're able to actually address the root cause of these issues. What we're finding is the drug problem hasn't gone anywhere. Same with it's causing mental health problems. It's a mental health crisis in our country. It's all rooted in the drugs. And so your violent crimes, everything else. So your populations are going to go up and we're going to see fights in the jail. We're going to see everything else because these people are coming off this stuff. I mean, it's just a mess.
So I
Mr.
guess,
Chairman, I forgot Commissioner Sauter had a meeting he was
Yeah,
supposed to
it's
take during
covered.
lunch, and we're past noon now, so
so
I'll
I,
keep talking until I'm
Go
told
ahead.
not to.
I would
guess,
say
I
we
guess
finish up.
my personal, because I saw this, I asked Carmen to do the research. The way that it's written, you know, I don't like canceling the contract. I would rather write the contract for this amount for the end of the year so that at least they know what they can budget right now. And then we get the numbers and we enter into negotiations with the cities to do this now. And I mean,
So instead of approving this contract, which has a, what was it, a 3-year term or 4-year term?
Well, this contract ends December 31st of
This one right here.
Yeah.
that we're
Just for
signing.
this year?
It's just
Okay.
covering a gap that we had that we both thought there was a perpetual part in there.
oh.
So
I
this
thought
is
this one had a
just,
longer term.
I
get
thought it had a
us-
longer term.
it's a 3-year, but it goes from
2 years ago?
2 years ago to now.
Oh,
We
well,
thought
that's
there
why.
was,
Okay, we're good.
So
we're
it
good, we're
really started
signing.
2 years ago.
But what we're saying is once Carmen gets that, we want to start the
Uh,
negotiations. with the real cost,
Okay,
because,
that answers that
Yeah.
I
one.
mean, if, we all know, if they pay a little bit more of a share, that helps your guys' budget
Well,
out, and it's
sure,
only
yeah.
fair. All we're asking is everybody to pay their fair share.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
now, the $500 per inmate that you were covering, Dan,
Yes, I'm listening.
how did you come up with that? Are you building in like building repair costs or things that are covered from other departments into?
For the most part,
Not
I'm just looking at the 1.8 million divided by how many people are in the jail.
Okay,
So the one thing I would say is that the 1.8 million doesn't actually show the full picture on that, because
No, it doesn't.
if we, let's say it's $1.8 million for us to run the jail and take care of the inmates that the county has booked in there, plus some of what the cities have. So if the cities, if there's medical related to those cities, if there's transportation costs for certain things, we don't actually cover that. That is covered by
Right.
the
And-
cities themselves. So we benefit by having the cities as partners in that. The 1.8 million is probably an expense we're gonna have to cover anyways, even if the cities don't use our jail. But every dollar that we can get out of the cities to help with running that jail just helps lower the,
Right.
the overall amount, so.
Well, and I mean, not to belabor, but we need to like start looking at this, like if we have availability and looking at Yakima County, if they're getting full or something, about finding ways to fill this thing up so that we can reduce some of these
Okay.
costs.
So long-term,
I mean, that's what Skamania County, they're doing a really good job. They're full all the time, taking Clark's overflow.
Wow.
yep.
And that's how they're, I mean, because otherwise
Because I
there's
was
no
reached
way
gonna
they
say,
could afford it.
take their overflow.
and
Or send
Well,
ours
in
there.
long-term, that's something we should look at for the next, 10 or 20 years, what we want to do as far as a correctional facility. Because if you build the beds, the bad guys will come. And if we're getting other agencies to pay our costs, every time a dollar comes in, from us, basically covering this stuff, that lowers the actual cost for us.
so those are the conversations that we had yesterday after your email.
Okay,
And so we're going to continue working on that.
okay,
You guys. are
I
great
just
for-
wanted to finalize and say this has been probably the most productive meeting we've had with the sheriff's department in a long time. I mean, we blew the time. We're into lunch hour.
Sorry.
No, I'm saying.
Sorry we didn't have all the answers right off
I
the
asked
bat.
all the
so
questions. I take full responsibility.
That's
but-
okay.
But that was a super just spectacular. You guys did a great job. So thank you very
Thank
much
you.
for all the information. I would ask, can we get these in email too? I
Yeah.
like to.
Trying, I'm
course.
so sorry. I was running late.
Not a
getting-
pro, I mean, usually, because Carmen gets it ahead of time, so that's like why I wasn't worried about our timing, because I've already read it, you know what I mean? It's the conversation, I care more about the conversation, if I can read
Yeah,
it,
and I would, sorry to step on you there, sir, when you were talking.
but I'm getting used to it, don't worry.
I know, I'm trying to be better. Well, I lose my train of thought, so he brings something up, so I shoot it out before I forget about it.
That's why I write it down.
You only have so much time, and when you come in and you just read this word for word, it takes up all the time. And then we don't have the dialogue. So it would be fantastic, I mean, to present us this so we can read it in advance. If you have something you would like to read for the general public, great, but it'll allow us more time to dialogue.
Certainly.
So I
Okay.
think that's a good thing. So
I would
step on it.
entertain a motion for recess.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we recess for lunch and return at 1 o'clock.
I'll second the motion.
There's been a motion, and a second, to recess for the lunch hour. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, I'm not getting any video, I can't hear you. I don't know if I'm the only one. Oh,
Okay, can you hear us now?
now you're good. Thank you.
All right. Well, no wonder you missed the Pledge of Allegiance.
Yeah,
So-
yeah.
Okay, start over, Dan, please.
Yes, sir. Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we approve the business agenda with one add-on at 2:10 PM, Financial Software Steering Committee report.
I'll second the motion.
There's a motion and a second to approve the business agenda with the add-on. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries.
Mr. Sauter, did you have time to look at the March 15th or March 29th minutes?
I did. I'm good with the 15th. The 22nd, I would ask if we could delay those. I had a couple small edits, but I'd like to get a chance to submit.
What
those.
about the 29th? Oh, that is 22nd? Got it. Okay, so we'll scratch the 22nd. Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we approve the March 15th, 2022 minutes as presented.
I'll second the motion.
There's a motion and a second to approve the March 15th, 2022 minutes. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
I
I guess
Motion
today is the
carries.
29th, isn't it?
Yes. Okay, with that, we are going to move into citizen comment. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes per individual. You will not likely hear any responses from the commissioners until 1:25, in which time that's when we will respond to the citizen comments or questions. What we usually do is we go between online, or we start in the room and then we go online, alternating back and forth. We have quite a few people here who are interested in speaking. So what we will do is begin in the room. Who would like to provide public comment? Please come forward, tell us your name, who you are, where you live, and make sure you sit down at the chair so everyone online can hear you. Those are green in front of you, correct? All right, perfect. Thank you, baby.
Great. For those who don't know me, I'm Don McDermott. I'm the president and chairman of the Dallasport Community Council, Dallasport Murdoch Community Council. I'm appearing here today because I was directed by the council to write a little letter to you, so I can read it into the record. It's very short. Dear Klickitat County BOCC, over the last several months, the Dallasport Murdoch community has conducted general community meetings and door-to-door surveys seeking community input on the need for a community park. The community is represented by the publicly elected Dallasport Murdoch Community Council, of which I am the elected president and council chair. At our most recent meeting, I was directed to write to the BOCC this letter. The Dallasport Murdoch Community Council, by unanimous vote at public meeting, has agreed that the community is in favor of the establishment of a community park and has established a subcommittee of citizens to support and work on a park project, which they are presenting to you today on the 29th of March, 2022. A petition of support with approximately 300 community signatures will also be presented to you today by our subcommittee. All your help, consideration, and support will be greatly appreciated. Sincerely yours, Don McDermott, Dallasport Community Council Chair.
Perfect. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Are there
Do you
any
have
questions?
copies?
Any questions from the board?
We will respond at 1:25.
Okay.
And yes, you will get a response. And if you have copies, that would be great. Okay, next we are going to go online. If anybody would like to provide public comment, raise your hand, turn your video on, *6 to unmute yourself if you're on the phone. Anyone?
Seeing none.
I am not seeing anyone. So what we will do is we will go back to the room. Please give us your name and where you're from.
I'm Teresa Cagle from Dallasport, and I'm on the Dallasport Murdoch City Council. I'm also the chairperson for the Dallasport Park Project. So I'm here today just to give you an update on what's been going on with us. I have 327 signatures that Lynn Cadlick and Ann Sleed collected just last week. So we'll present those today. And just want to say that the residents are very excited about the park. Dallasport has a lot of young families and just a lot of variety of people. So these were just a few of the things that they're asking for, because we were asking, what would you like to see in a park? They said pickleball is really a popular one, a dog park, a children's play area, exercise area with equipment, basketball court, a pavilion, maybe possibly that has a windbreak. It's pretty windy down there. And an 8-foot walk path, so people could walk both directions and that type of thing. A skate park, a rock wall, a splash park, a cornhole area where they can bring their cornholes and play. And also, Ann Sleed has talked to a guy named Scott that lives in Dallasport. He's a draftsman. He's still working, but he's willing to write up a simple draft, maybe with a CAD program or something like that. So we'll have that coming in the future with some of these suggestions that people have given us, just so we have a place to start. So we appreciate you guys letting us share today, and if that's all right, I'll go ahead and submit these signatures that Ann and Lynn have gotten for us. Okay?
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, we will go back online. Is there anyone wishing to provide public comment? Unmute yourself, *6, raise your hand. I'm still not seeing anyone. Okay, since there's no one online, we will go back in the room.
Can you turn that screen on?
Oh, absolutely.
Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Is that my 3 minutes?
Nope, you
Nope.
got 2 minutes and 59 seconds left.
Hi, gentlemen. I've been here before about the park. A little history about me. I moved to the Gorge in 1973. This is the second time I've lived in Dallasport. I moved there in 2000. I live on 6th Street, and that park is right in front of my house. Dallasport now has a population of 1,519 people. So we are a very fast-growing community, and surprisingly, we have a lot of kids. When Ann and I went out, there were a lot of littles that came to the door. So we no longer have a central area in Dallasport. The school is gone. Our little store is gone. The cafe at the airport is gone. So we have nowhere to come together as a community. And that is one reason we're really, really interested in having a park. A park is a community's living room. And that's what we need. We're hoping that you will, I hope that you will all consider the needs of our population, from the littles to the elderly. Dallasport needs a park to bring the community together, and it's healthy for an area to have a park. So a lot of people were saying that they have come to Dallasport to move to Dallasport. They have small children. They see the school is 10 miles down the road, and there's no park. There's no place for the little kids to go and play. So we're really, really hoping that you will support us in this endeavor. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, we will go and give the online audience one more shot at it. Is there anyone who would like to provide public comment? If so, please raise your hand, unmute yourself, *6. I am not seeing anyone. Well, we will go back in the room. Let me guess, Dallasport Park?
It's a popular topic.
Parks are popular topics right now.
They are. This one's near and dear to our heart. And my name is Ann Sleed. I live on D Street in Dallasport. We've owned property down there since 2002. We've built 2 houses since 2007. We're planning on staying there a long time. The activity that we've been doing in the community, as we have literally been the boots on the ground, going out, walking through the neighborhoods and talking to folks, is that people of all ages. It's not just for kids. We have people in their 80s who are so excited about this. A whole lot of folks had no idea that that land there was county owned. Not only that, it's been zoned for a park. Who knew? So the question we're getting is, why is it sitting there full of goat heads? Why hasn't it been a park a long time ago? What do we need to do to change that?
Don't worry, that was not your 3 minutes. That was her 3 minutes, and I'm going
Oh,
to
okay. I'm glad to
continue.
hear that. Out walking around in the neighborhoods, I have literally had people stop me in the street when they see me with my clipboard and say, "Hey, are you the one doing the signatures for the park?" The word has gotten out that we are soliciting community support. People want to sign, and the next step is people are saying, how can we help? Folks saying, I'm in construction by trade. I have equipment, I have tools, I have money, I have time. What can we do to help? They're willing. We can plant, we can dig. I ran into a group of teenagers over about Elm Street last weekend, out walking down the road. 5 of them had no place to go. So I stopped and talked to them, told them why I was in their community with a clipboard. They were so excited. They had not heard anything about this yet, but 2 of the boys who looked to be 15 or so, first thing they said was, "We'll help. What do you need us to do? We can paint, we can dig, we can plant, we can build. What do you need us to do?" I said, hold that thought. Go back and tell your parents what we're doing, and we need community involvement. And the word has spread. I walked past that same group of teenagers, 2 of them in Fred Meyer, a couple of days later. I didn't see them, but what I heard was, "Hey, that's that lady that's working on the park in Dallasport."
The park lady.
And I said I have been known as worse things, so that's okay. But the word is out, and people are so excited. I have not seen Dallasport united like this in years. And the last time they were against something. This time they are for something. They are wound up. And it's not just the people, you think of Dallasport proper as being like 7th Street South. No, we have been out to the mobile home park. We've been to the section across from there, the Elm, Dasso, all the tree streets out in there. North and south on Dallasport Road. Murdoch is my next stop. The signatures we have, I've not gone to Dallasport or to Murdoch yet. So we appreciate your support on this. You support us, we'll support you. We really do appreciate it.
Thank you for your time, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay, we will go back online. Is there anyone who would like to provide public comment? *6, raise your hand, turn your video on. I am not seeing anyone still. All right, back in the room. Would either of you ladies like to provide public comment? Not today? Okay, we will put it back online. I will give another 15 seconds. If somebody doesn't unmute themselves.
I'm not seeing anybody.
All right, well. Would either of my seatmates like to respond to these signatures, requests, and very eloquent desires for a community park in Dallasport? Commissioner Christopher.
First off, thank y'all for coming. It's exciting to me to see community get involved in any project. I agree with you about parks and the need for parks. Trying to work on one up here, kind of like you guys are working on the one down there. To answer the question on why it's county owned and why it's still not a park, I don't know. I wasn't here. But I'm here now. With that, you have my support. You talked about collecting more signatures. They might need them, I don't. The community development funds in the county have been kind of sifted away for the last 10 years to pay for the radio projects, the radio towers. The last one of those is being done this year. So my hope, and I've already dropped that to my seatmates, is that come this coming budget cycle, this fall, that hopefully we can put some dollars back in that community development fund to help grant match, things like that for parks. So yeah, with that, I don't know, I can talk for another 20 minutes. I'm kind of excited about your park. Not that I'm gonna go skateboard at it because I'll break a hip, but I've seen that online and I'm like, boy, I probably have a heart attack doing that because that we're national. Yeah, that's the state sport. I saw that on the thing today. So yeah, no, I'm encouraged going forward. I'm hoping that the only downside to it is I think my park project up here and your park project up down there are going to be competing for the same grant. Hopefully we can both get them. And if one of us fails this year, hopefully they can get it the next year. Well, I don't think either one of us are getting a grant till next year anyway. It's still late in the cycle this year. But no, I'm on board.
Commissioner Sauter, your hand is raised.
Let's see how polite I'm being there. First, I just want to thank the folks from Dallasport for coming up. I apologize for not being in the room, but this is probably for the best as far as that I am being remote. Obviously, I'm very aware of your park proposal. I'm definitely supportive of development of some kind of plan down in the Dallasport area as far as for what you want. I'm really excited that you are going to the work, going through the neighborhoods, getting that kind of input, because that's going to really help us when we get to the planning process where people are already thinking about what they'd like to see, understanding that, when you ask people an open-ended question, there, of course, it's a wish list. And so, I want to temper some expectations that we're likely not going to break ground next week on the pickleball courts, or the, goat head courts, as I guess we would call it. Why don't you invent a new game for Dallasport that has something to do with, goat heads or something, and we can license it and that'll pay for the whole thing. But yeah, and I have been, we were happy to hear as far as public works, that there is a new grant opportunity for planning. This is in the earliest, this is a new program with the RCO grant. So hopefully we can be successful. And, if we're in the first round, maybe both things could get some dollars to go. And if not, we know which one should win. If it comes down to, if we've got to pick our favorite child, then I guess I've got to stick closer to home. But you definitely. Come on, I'm just throwing the bait out there, Dan. It's okay.
I've learned my lesson, sir.
Okay. So yeah, so I look forward to working with you, and let's see if we can get something done.
Okay, and I will reserve my time until I give another opportunity for public comment from those online. Is there anybody who would like to provide public comment? If so, *6, raise your hand, turn your video on, get a hold of us. I'll give you 15 seconds or so. I am not seeing anyone. So, all right. Thank you all for coming. I'm a firm believer that it is volunteerism that builds a community. It's what brings people together. That is what truly invigorates and creates community. And that is when you work together. That is whenever you pay somebody to go do something for you, you're not building the community the same way you do when you all get together and in some way, shape or form, whether it's collecting signatures or building, this consensus within the community of what you want. I am 100% in favor of that. I am very happy to be sitting here without my mask, looking at you all and feeling like we're finally getting back to normal. This is so warming to my heart. The fact that you guys are looking to the future of your community and what you want it to look like. There's a long road ahead. We're not breaking ground tomorrow. I was just in South Carolina, and I was in an airport, much like our airport, a regional airport. And there was this absolutely beautiful park right there on the airport with a children's play area. And there was a restaurant like we used to have in Dallasport for people to come together. I took Dave's position on the board. And when I was sitting there, I took a picture of it and I was like, oh, this would be perfect for Dallasport. This is what I would envision for Dallasport, where you still have the airport that brings you together on the area with a park right there and the kids playing and the planes flying in the background. And that was my first thought. I know we have that parcel, that triangle parcel, and we as the commissioners have been looking into that parcel. How did we get it? What can we do with it? And what are we going to do? My first thought was, well, one thing we need housing, and that would be a good public-private partnership area that incorporates the housing in with a park together, so that you would have housing for young families and couples, and that you would have a park incorporated into that area, because in the end, it all comes down to funding, right? We don't have a whole bunch of money to throw at parks. We have a hard time paying, everybody's, wages right now, and, not going in the hole with our budget every year. So I think in the best way to do that is to find funds through the RCO program or other state grants. And I would be glad to talk with our economic development specialist to help where you guys work on finding those grant funds. And then we need to figure out where's the best place for a park based on what the community wants to see. We also have another piece of property that the county owns there that could be used as a park as well. There's also the DNR who just purchased that big the school, and a lot of that is, it's going to be their fire training base area, and that used to be, an area that was a school that was green with, grass. So what we need to do is we need to start that planning exercise. We need to figure out what the community wants, where you want it, and what you want to see. And I'm not saying that a beautiful park right next to the runway. I'm a pilot, so of course that's what I would prefer. But it's your community and it's your guys' choices, and I would be more than willing to help you guys get to the end goal of getting a park in Dallasport. I firmly believe. And then, so on top of that, one last thing I would say is that Skamania County's been dealing with, the funding issues that we're all dealing with in these counties. And so I would direct you guys, one thing you might want to do is talk to the Underwood Community Council, who took over their park with the Underwood School there, and they're running it and they're renting it, and it's a community center. And I mean, the county was going to shut it down, and the community came together to start running it and managing it, and they're doing a fabulous job. So you might want to talk to them to see what monies they've got and grants, and I'd be happy to get you in touch with it. But right now, I'm just so excited that you guys are coming together as a community and want to work together. That just really, it's probably the best part of my day so far.
Can we respond?
We're going to continue and go back to open public comment for everybody else. We usually don't do a back and forth during public comment. With that said, I'm going to, because we've been using the public's time, we will open it for public comment online. If you would like to provide public comment, *6, raise your hand, turn the video on. That's a first.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's a first, but
No.
since nobody new likes to talk, I would I would like to hear what the audience has if the speaker thinks there's time for it.
Well, if there's nobody that wants to provide public comment, we can digress from our usual business accustomed ways. And if you would like to come forward, I'll give you another 3 minutes.
Okay, I don't want 3 minutes. I just want to give you a little information. Over at where the school was, where DNR bought, there's a baseball field and a track there. That belongs to the school in Lyle. They, under state law, have to keep that, maintain that, because they do not have room for that at the school in Lyle. And they provide track and they provide baseball. So they're going to be taking care of that. Then north of that is the property that could also be another county park. And we just discussed that piece of property, but it's right on Dallasport Road. And we were concerned, the property on 6th and D is surrounded by houses. It's kind of in the heart of the community. And little kids could go there and be safe, where we didn't really feel like little kids could go over there where Dallasport Road is by themselves without an adult supervision. So that was kind of what I just wanted to respond to you, because I didn't know that you knew that information.
I did not. I'm looking now at the county map, and you're right. Half of the track is on the county property and half of it is still on the school district
That's what I was
property.
just doing too, is
Yeah.
drawing up the
Yeah.
county
I
map.
mean,
Yeah.
we just authorized that land change,
Right,
but I
right.
hadn't seen it. So thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
And I don't know, for me, I don't live there, so I'm leaving it to your input, but the property on 6th and D is more residential located.
Yes.
It's closer for small families.
Yes.
It's off the main Dallasport Road, so
It's
I look at
walkable.
it that it would be safer.
Yeah.
That would be my preference. But you're the community, so you tell us.
Okay,
You
I
know.
just thought you might want to have that information.
And I will also say that it is on the master plan for the airport to move Dallasport Road at some point so that we can extend that runway 7
Right,
25 runway.
yeah.
So,
Okay, thank you.
which could change things. Okay, we still have 4 minutes remaining. I will go back online for 15 seconds if anybody would like to provide public comment. Otherwise, I will open it one more time back up to Don McDermott. Not seeing anyone. Wow. Okay, Don, come on forward.
Jake, I'd like to thank you for the comments that you made. I know you were a community council president yourself for a long time, and I appreciate your respect for the community councils. I've been community council president for 17 years, and I've seen a lot of things happen in Dallasport and a lot of things asked before our council. Affordable housing has been won many times. Affordable housing is a little bit of a holy grail. It's very difficult. Developers commonly come forward with affordable housing proposals, and I've been a developer. I have 28 years experience in real estate. And I thank you for your suggestion about the Underwood district. We've been in touch with them recently on something else, and I'm familiar with everybody there, and I really share your admiration for them. Dallasport is growing. It's a wonderful place. It's out of the Gorge Commission, and it does have development opportunities. There are a lot of lands in Dallasport that are available for development. We've been on the planning committee for input into growth management in the area, and we've granted 1 acre subdivision to a lot of adjacent lands, and there's a lot of opportunity for growth there. And I just was on the phone this morning with the Dallasport Water Association, and we are experiencing a lot of interest and a lot of application in that direction. I think that this particular piece of property is a pretty safe bet by the Board of Commissioners to support. And I welcome your support for this. And I would prefer that it not be partly taken up in affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. As it is 1:30, darn near, we are going to close the citizen comment. And we are going to move on to miscellaneous reports from the clerk, Ms. Campbell. And you guys are welcome to stay. You're welcome to take off. You can see how the county business is done, but I know everybody's busy and has other duties. But thank you all for coming very much.
So,
Start raising funds.
Who you pointing at, Renee?
good idea. You ready for me? Okay,
I
so I'm here today because I have a position that's going to be coming vacant at the end of the month, and am here to request to start the new hire process.
Yeah, just requesting verbal to
Yeah.
post steps 1 through 3. It's already budgeted. It's been
Yeah.
department.
Do we get to know what position?
It's one of my, the part-time person that I had, she's no longer able to work. And so I'm going to advertise full-time position to fill that vacancy.
For a legal admin one.
Yeah.
Legal
Yeah.
admin one, okay. And so it was part-time and now it's full-time, but it's budgeted at,
It's always been budgeted as full-time.
okay.
And I had shortened it to part-time during COVID when things weren't so busy, when when the position became vacant. So now that things are picking up and I'm at the point where I need to have it full-time.
Any questions from my seatmates?
No, just an observation. That's how the clerk maintains her reputation as being, a fiscal wizard, is that she budgets full-time, and she's always, that's how she's always, has some money left over at the end of the year. So yes, I'm a yes.
I don't know about this year.
Yeah, well, yeah. I was always skeptical of your ability to be able to pull that off with a part-time, and I'm thankful you were able to do it for as long as you did.
Yeah,
So,
appreciate that. Thank you.
Let me guess.
Absolutely.
Right. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you, ma'am. Have a great day.
You too.
bye, Casey.
Hi.
All right. We are going to move on a little ahead of schedule to our Public Health Director, Erin Quinn, update. Good afternoon, Ms. Quinn.
Good afternoon. Okay. So I put your update stuff in your packet, so you had all the numbers, so we can talk about those if you want. And then I just had my update just to kind of follow along with what the metrics that we provided you showed. So one of the things we talked about in the past was the lock zone. In the last month, our staff have actually worked with a couple of the fire districts to help them get that on board their vehicles. I think they've worked with Bickleton and Bingen is the ones that they've worked with, along with some additional people. So they've given out 8 of those kits so far. So that's, we've been really excited to be able to get that resource out into the community. We have been advertising our clinical programs as walk-ins welcome, and that's been going really well. We're definitely seeing an increase of just people in the door post-COVID, so that's been getting really exciting. They did some Facebook advertising for the family planning program, and that's definitely showing the return on investment there. We're getting a lot of walk-ins there. WIC, their 2020 report came out, and just as a reminder, some of these programs, WIC puts about $260,000 of food dollars back into our community. So that's one of our bigger programs, and so that was the 2020 return on investment. So it'll be probably another year before we get 2021. WIC is going to start taking, they've historically provided all of their computer assets. So we have WIC staff that have WIC IT equipment. DOH no longer wants to support that. They want us to support our own IT assets. So we've applied, they will pay for us to have new equipment. So you may be seeing some equipment requests come through that the WIC program will fund, but is a replacement of what we're going to send back to the Department of Health, so that everything will be a county asset, but it will be their dime that's paying for it. So environmental health, they're just waiting for the weather to kind of get warmer so that they can start seeing the installers do their installs. Their permits, I think it was their permits that were down just a little bit from last year. So they're keeping an eye on that to see kind of how that's going to progress through the year. Leanna is finishing up her food course. I think today or tomorrow, it'll be this week. So she's all out and ready to do her food inspections. So we're excited for her to get up and running before the summer and the seasonal temporary events that she'll and the other staff will go inspect. We completed our financial audit. It was a follow-up from failing miserably last year. They're very happy with what we have accomplished in the last year, and we'll have our final sign off within the next month that we met all the metrics that they felt that we need to have a lower risk. There's a risk stratification with the way you bill the state, so we should be back at a low risk level. Starting in April, we're going to be working with local area hospitals and a couple of the other counties in the area to complete a community health assessment. That's a requirement every year, so we're looking forward to working with them. One of our vehicles, I'm waiting for some information. We will likely have to surplus it and replace it, as it is the cost of repair would exceed the value of the vehicle. So looking to see what that's going to look like. Digitization, the Goldendale office has their on-site septic and food files fully digitized and integrated into SmartGov, so they're completely done with that. They will be finished with their drinking water files, which is all that the environmental health side had left to do, probably by the end of the week. So they just absolutely rocked through that, so we're very excited about that. There's a lot of efficiencies there when they're looking for information and not trying to find it in files and boxes. And so I think everybody's excited that that's done. The clinical side, they have about 60% completed. I got stuck with an ice cream party because once they hit 1,000, they thought that seemed like a good idea, and it went faster than I thought it would. So anyway, they've just been doing a really great job with that. We did just apply for a grant with the Southwest Accountable Communities of Health folks. It's $100,000. It will continue our payment for the mental health support that we've had in the schools over the last year. It will also support having one of our nurses a couple of hours a week at the school's health center in White Salmon. And it will also, if we get this grant, it will also pay for a few counseling visits for the women that are involved in our perinatal mental health group if they so choose to do that. So Board of Health stuff, we have the position description drafted, which you all saw. Sue and Paul and I sat down and drafted interview questions, so we can review those at a later date. I think we sent in the letter for I think Lee and I worked on the letter for the American Indian Health Commission, so that's done. And then just waiting final guidance from the State Board of Health, which their meeting's April 13th, so I would assume they're making a decision, but we'll find out. Otherwise, we're still short a nurse in Goldendale. We have been advertising for that, so we're looking for that position to be filled. One of our other nurses is out for medical reasons right now, and then we do have a new clerical 3 starting downstairs Friday. So everybody's putting your questions.
Why'd you blow up a car?
I know. It's a newer one. I just
Is
was
it
a little
really?
shocked at I'm waiting for the official quote and then
Let me know.
I mean, is it under warranty? How old is it?
oh, not quite that new.
Oh,
What make model?
Of course, it went off last week, probably. That's why it happened. The warranty,
the self-destruct
Well, I
button.
think part
there's a little chip in there. It knows. Yeah, so.
Yeah. I would love to tell you the make and model. I cannot.
Okay.
It's one of the little white ones. That's all I
Yeah.
got. It's a transmission issue. That's about as good as I can do for right now. But the folks are writing up the quote.
Okay.
Commissioner
I don't
Sauter,
do cars.
questions?
I do, which is why I asked.
Okay, I'll let you know.
Nope, I'm good. Thanks, Aaron. Other than I am trying to model good behavior, staying home when I'm a little under the weather. So it's.
We would feel comfortable, sir, if you would wear your mask while you're online. It would make me feel better.
Okay. All right. I don't think so.
Okay.
There's some bugs non-COVID bugs going around for sure.
Yeah,
That was
non-COVID. But
I don't want it.
But I don't want it. Right.
That was a fire flow of information, so I was trying to write things down. So you said that the WIC program gives $260,000 for the year out in the community. That's what we do in the entire county.
Yeah, in 2020, that's how much.
That's
yeah.
that was all, 260,000.
Well, they don't usually write a big check. Knowing for someone that has cashed that check 30 years ago, it's not a big dollar amount. So you're just buying orange juice and bread and eggs and peanut butter and
Yeah, there's a separate metric in there that talks about, because they really push, they have the farmers market checks as well. And there's a separate dollar amount that's specific, which I don't have with me right at this moment, that's specific about how much of that was reimbursed for fruits and vegetables.
right.
Oh, really?
Mhm.
Interesting. And you said, so environmental health is fully digitized, and that is awesome.
In Goldendale.
Oh, just in Goldendale. Okay. But that is good job.
Yeah.
Give my regards.
Locking down on that end.
Well, the problem is they didn't get to have filing cabinets downstairs. Those didn't come across.
Well, good. Trying to get rid of.
White Salmon still has filing cabinets, so there's a little less.
And you said your clinical side is 60% digital now?
Mhm.
That is, and you've been working on that for how long?
When we moved, when did we move?
Yeah,
don't know, like a month or two.
January,
Probably since
right? When did we
December.
move? No.
December.
Probably December, January.
Okay. I mean, great job. I'm just, can you go and teach everyone else how to do it?
Yeah.
They
Um,
have made some really nice workflows.
okay, and then my other one I have is so the Southwest Mental Health Support Grant. Is there, I mean, mental health is all you people usually talk to me about anymore, it seems. And is there a way that you can put together for us all that you guys do with mental health and all the different ways and facets and grants that you're doing that tie that in? And you can take all the time you need to do it, but I just like to, because everybody says, you're not doing anything for mental health. You're not doing anything for mental health. And every time something new pops up, I'm like, oh, I didn't know that we were doing that.
Yeah.
Or like this morning with the sheriff's office, and I was like, I didn't know that was a 40-hour training that you went through. And so I want to try to get together and pull all the mental health stuff together in one spot so that we can tell the public, actually, we are doing quite a bit. And then interview questions, I guess there's nothing there. With that, any other questions, comments for Director Quinn?
No, other than thank you.
Yeah,
you.
you're go forth and do good work. Keep it up.
I'll be downstairs if you need anything.
All right, thank you. All right, we are blowing through it today. I'm still just so excited about how happy those people were. The group that came in from Dallasport. I mean, how many times has Dallasport ever came in and been super excited? Moving on, 2:00. Is Greg online or is he coming over? Do we know? Treasurer Gallagher, are you there? Wood.
We can shift.
Financial steering audit report. Well,
We can pay bills and do agenda.
yeah, so we can wait that.
Pay bills and do agenda and all that
I was
stuff.
gonna say, Director King, what are you, oh, you're here for the 225? You just like to come early?
As you're early.
You've learned, yes. Since you're here, would you like to come forward and we can do yours right now? So that you can get back to doing the important things.
Yes, I had no special presentation, really here is that answer your questions if you had any, before you decided to make this proclamation. The proclamation is to recognize and honor the Klickitat County 911 dispatch communications officers for their dedication and commitment to public safety. You know, the professionalism, kindness, and courtesy that they show every day when people call in, and their proficiency at dispatching all public safety agencies in the county. April 10th through 16th of 2022 is what we're asking you to proclaim as Telecommunicators Week. Public Safety Telecommunicators Week.
Are you getting a hold of Greg? Okay, thanks. I just, Questions from my seatmates?
Nope.
Commissioner Sauter?
No, it's always, it's always an honor to be able to do that declaration. So I'm fully supported. Hopefully, one of my seatmates in the room will read that into the record.
Would you like to read the whole thing? Oh, I guess I can read the whole
It was
thing.
in front of you, so.
Sure.
Yes,
it was. You threw it at me. It was definitely in front of me, and I would be glad to read the proclamation.
I read it last year.
This is the Public Safety Telecommunications Week of April 10th through 16th, 2022. Whereas emergencies can occur at any time that require police, fire, or emergency medical services, and whereas when an emergency occurs, the prompt response of emergency personnel is critical to the protection of life and preservation of property, and whereas the safety of our emergency responders is dependent upon the quality and accuracy of information obtained from citizens who telephone the Klickitat County Emergency Communications Center, and whereas the public safety telecommunication communicators are the first and most critical contact our citizens have with emergency services, and whereas public safety telecommunicators are the single vital link for our emergency responders by monitoring their activities by radio, providing them critical information, and ensuring their safety. And whereas public safety communication officers of the Klickitat County Department of Emergency Management have contributed substantially to the apprehension of criminals, suppression of fires, and treatment of patients. And whereas each communication officer has exhibited compassion, understanding, and professionalism during their performance of their job in the past year, now therefore be it resolved that the Klickitat County Board of Commissioners declares the week of April 10th through April 16th, 2022, to be Public Safety Telecommunicators Week in Klickitat County in honor of the men and women whose diligence and professionalism keep our county and its citizens safe.
Very good. Do you want a motion?
I
or-
would love a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I would gladly move that we accept and sign the proclamation from the Department of Emergency Management proclaiming April 10th through the 16th, 2022 as National Public Safety Telecommunicators Week.
I'll second the motion.
There is a motion and a second to adopt the proclamation. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. Thank you very much, Director
Thank you, gentlemen.
King.
As we do every year, we'll be making plans to have some celebrations that week, and you should be getting an invitation.
Thank you.
Hope to see you
Looking
there.
forward to it. Okay, do we want to take on discussion on the Columbia Cascade Housing Corporation's County Assisted Living Facility? Are you aware of it?
No, I'm fine with it.
Oh, you're fine with it? Dave, you've got this?
Yeah.
ready?
Yeah, all it is just a request. We're just reaching out, looking for some federal support for this project. We're still looking at that, $3.3 million funding gap. Although I am hopeful I'm not hopeful the gap is still going to be there, but we are going to get the new director of USDA RD Washington is going to come and do a site visit week after next. So I'm hoping maybe that'll free up, maybe they can dig around and find a couple more dollars. And maybe the gap will be, or at least maybe the gap after we get the new construction costs.
Won't grow by as much.
Right, it won't grow by as much. So just a request for help. So looking for federal dollars.
Being that is just a letter, we don't need a motion on it. So but we're all in favor consensus. And thank you for the update, Commissioner Sauter, that USDA rural development will be coming down. That is excellent. Okay. Would we like to move on to the consent agenda?
We can. We have the prosecutor in the room if you want to ask him about item 6. The
Oh,
waiver
yeah.
of the
Yeah,
fees.
let's go, item 6. Prosecutor Cannell, we have a licensing agreement between the county and the American Legion for the use of the fairgrounds for the community Easter egg hunt. The group requests that the fees be waived with the understanding that they will set up and clean up after the event. I think it's a $25 fee. I think we're all in favor of doing it, but, so what we did is we gave the invoice. Are we able to waive the fees because we gave the invoice, so we're saying that it's due, but then we're going to waive them from paying it? We just want to be in line with your direction and not go
Going forward.
sideways.
So we're trying to figure out how we have to do it going forward. We can't just offer them in advance. We have to give them the bill and then waive the bill. How's that work?
I don't know if you have a waiver provision that would be relevant to access to the facilities. The issue with some of the planning things was the lack of any county code or RCW allowing a preemptory waiver of the fees. Again, it's the first time I'm being asked on this particular issue, so I don't know if you have something in the county code on that. I'll do it for $25.
Well, we're just trying to get the right process moving forward so we don't do something wrong
Or
moving forward.
because we've done this in the past, I think every year.
Yeah, it's been done every
And
year.
we
It's
didn't
just
know that
approved like
there
this.
was a problem, so maybe we need to send you a PA opinion request on how we need to update the county code if we are going to do something like this in the future. Did we not send that request over? I don't remember.
I don't think the request wasn't made at the time to how to amend. The conversation was the lack of any provision.
Okay,
I believe Public Works is gonna follow up with the.
Right, that's what Public Works was
Okay.
talking earlier. We guided them to
okay.
check their process with you to make sure everything was on the up and up.
So again, I don't want to go sideways, so
Yeah.
let's pull it. I mean, we've got time. Oh, well, we get a lot of these though,
Thank you,
and
donation.
Right. There you go. If it's the $25, I'll donate the 25.
That's the point, is sometimes it's not the matter of the money, it's the procedure.
Right.
we just,
The answer for later when it's 2,500.
Yeah.
right. And I understand I understand where you're coming from and
Well,
how
it sounds
busy
like
you
we're
are.
pulling item number 6.
Yeah, well, we just
Put
pulled
a
a,
paperclip on it.
we just paid for it. Highly, and I'm sorry, Dave, I should ask Prosecutor Cannell to come up so that you could hear him, or were you able to hear him in the back with the override mics?
It was okay, but in the future, yeah, anybody, it's there. One thing I will say, it's kind of nice, I'm getting to test the system. And as long as people are at the presenter's desk, the sound quality is excellent. You can hear everything. I could hear him from the back of the room, but I did have to, I don't know why I'm straining forward to my screen like that's going to help. But yes, I would ask folks to come forward.
All right,
helpful.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to make a motion that we approve the consent agenda with all 10 items.
No,
No.
pull item 6
I'm
because it's
giving him
been
back
paid.
his money.
Yeah, that's your motion.
Yes. That's
Oh,
why I'm just going to approve it the way it is, and he can have his money back.
okay. So if he was paying the $25, we wouldn't need it on the consent. They could just go pay it?
Yeah, they would just go pay it
Oh,
and complete different paperwork. That's why I said just do it all. Yeah.
oh. Okay, so if you want to pass it as is, there's a motion. Is there a second?
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and second.
There's a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda with all 10 items. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
I guess. Hope we didn't do anything wrong. Okay. And we'll sign it, but we'll hold it until the conversation, because if we can't do it according to county code, then we can't do it according to county code.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah. Yeah. I Don't want to get sideways.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we pay the accounts payable warrants in the amount of $148,066.57 and the payroll benefit warrants in the amount of $1,025,553.87 for the date ending March 28th, 2022.
I'll second the motion.
There is a motion and a second to pay the payroll benefit warrants. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye, motion carries. Okay, let's go back, since we're now back to almost on time. Treasurer Gallagher for the Office and Finance Committee update.
Commissioners. Finance Committee updates. The Finance Committee met last Friday, the 25th. And we talked about, we actually had several things on the agenda. One thing, the first thing that was brought forward was an e-signature proposed draft policy and resolution for e-signatures, or a policy for that. We reviewed it. I think it was fairly vanilla, which I think we all thought it was a good next step to where we were at. It would go into place, I believe the 1st of January, or however that was going to work. I can't remember exactly which day we talked about. There was a couple of changes that we needed to make, and just making sure that there was some pieces that it was in sync. Heather was going to, Chief Deputy Heather Joby was going to go back and fix those and then rebring. I don't know whether she was going to send it out to the group and see if we all agreed on that and then bring it to the board. But essentially the policy as it was written seemed reasonable and seemed like a good next step to get the county in line and have an e-signature policy, and then we would move to wherever we needed to go from there. So I think that's going forward.
Did we need to talk to the prosecutor, see if we could take that back to January, sign it, and then backdate it for January?
I know we
for
talked
taking
about
it?
that several times in the meeting. I don't know that we ever came to the whole piece of where that was going to be at. That's why I was like, oh gosh, I didn't have that in my notes very good, because I was probably, I didn't have, I remember the conversation, but I don't remember exactly. So
Right,
I think
had that.
Heather could probably do that. We can talk to her as she's going through and do that, and maybe she can provide that to us with the update.
Because we've got to send it over to him anyways for
form.
approval. So
Yeah.
it'd probably be good for Heather
That-
to ask
I
him,
can-
because I don't think we're in any jeopardy if we just set it for starting on the date that it starts.
Yep.
I hope. Huh?
So I'll speak up, so can you hear me? Dan?
Come on forward.
There's another chair. You might as well just sit next to
Yep.
it.
And
come
you're
on
going
up.
to be coming forward anyways.
I don't have the finance committee notes with me, but Heather just sent me a text, and I think the intent was to go back to January 1 to cover us for the,
Right.
or not January 1, but for I think for when the emergency was lifted. Because the
county
other
emergency.
policy went to that point.
And I remember
The
like,
state of emergency or the county state of emergency?
When we lifted it and we opened.
The county state of
Yeah,
emergency.
counties.
Last
Because the
summer in
policy
June.
that we have in place, that when we went back and looked at the policy that we put in place, or the resolution, covered the county during the state of emergency, but the county lifted our state of emergency while the state's still in state of emergency, I believe.
Right.
The
Right.
county so that's the period what we're trying to kind of make sure we're covered
Go back to that
on.
date for when we opened the offices and such.
if we can, but I think that would
Right.
still be a question for the
Exactly.
PA.
But that was a discussion.
And then also, I guess the other, if we can't, I'd talked with Chief Deputy Gallagher, the way that it's written.
Deputy Gallagher.
Well, it's okay.
Sorry, Joby.
Yeah, it's okay.
My bad.
I
Don't mind me. I'm looking,
good.
I'm sitting there looking at him. It's
No,
hard
you're
when I'm
good, you're
looking
good,
at him.
You're good.
About the way it was written, it looked like it gave us an out, because there was a comma that said, or until such time as we lift it. So
Mhm.
I don't know, there might be a way that we could get around it. I don't know. It just seems weird to backdate things.
But the policy in general, I think the finance committee thought it was a good next step of a policy. It wasn't getting too far in the weeds, but it was getting us maybe up to date with some of the pieces and getting us covered on some e-signature pieces that we had. I think informal, most of it was very, very good. There was just a few pieces. Sales tax, we talked about that. That is beginning, the increase is happening on April 1st of 2022, which is at the end of the week. Most all that has been working through the Department of Revenue, so they're doing all those pieces. So I have been getting emails, like email notifications like that the other folks within the state would be getting. So that seems to be going. We've gotten emails from them on the REIT, because the other part is we're taking the other part of the REIT off. So we're adjusting that. So we're in the final stages of getting those adjustments made to the system so that we're ready for Friday.
If we get a wild hair in a year or 2 years and decide to switch that back again, can we?
I don't know the answer to that.
Okay.
I believe so. I think when we
I
looked at
thought
it,
so too.
I don't think we're locked in. No, those optional sales taxes are not one way. It's just, to my knowledge, no one's ever done that.
No, I was asked that question last week, so, and I thought
Yes.
the answer was yes. So,
I believe.
Okay. So we're working on getting that set so that that's the treasurer's office, because we have when we receipt in the REIT dollars, those get distributed at the time that we collect the money. One of the pieces that was brought up, and that I want to make sure everybody's on the same page, in the treasurer's office, we have not changed the distribution of the REIT dollars from their current allocation, but we did change them in the budget. So those dollars weren't anticipated to continue going to the same funds. There was other ways that we looked around that. So, and it could have been an oversight. In my mind, I'm thinking the first. And so then I think about a week or two ago, we kind of had this like, oh gosh, maybe those needed to go. Jen and I talked, we're going to go in and determine what the pieces are, where the amounts are, and where that's at. And we will propose, how we're what impact that would have. The dollars are still there. It's just, we didn't change the receipting of REIT from December 31st to April 1st for that stub period. In my mind, I was just thinking of changing it on April 1st, and that's a budget. It's really more of how the budget was put. So we will take a look at that, but I just want to make sure everybody is on the same page. We talked about that during the finance committee meeting, just so everybody's
so
understanding.
the money might be in that account, and we may end up having to pull it out of that account. And put it over in that account.
Or it needs to go into maybe back into 125 and come from there. So right now, it's being distributed the same way it had been distributed before, which is to 135, which is communications, and 303, which is capital.
Either way, we're gonna probably use it to build that tower, right? I mean, it's just
Right.
where you.
So, but we're gonna come back with where all the parts and pieces are at. And I think that was kind of something that we came up with in comparison. And it's just how they're budgeted and how they're being actually put into place. So we will look at that. So Jen and I will work on that together. Time and attendance. Brenda brought up that the time and attendance system that they had been looking at, I believe, was sold or had an acquisition of some sort or another merger with Cronus, that they were going to hold the pricing. Wondered if there was any thoughts, and the group all decided that I don't think we were interested in doing anything down that path. So that was fine to move on, but we had a quick discussion on that. District court fees. Brenda brought a letter from the AG in regards to indigent and waiving recording fees on name changes. Currently,
Indigent.
is that what I said?
Did you say indigent?
Indigent.
Yeah.
Name changes for indigents is specifically what the AG letter is about. And so so there's some, as she's done some peeling back of the onion, it looks like some of the dollars maybe aren't moving in the way. So they're in a process of working through that and confirming, and also confirming that the court can waive the recording fee or can't, and working through, they can't, okay.
I believe so. I don't know.
So
Yeah.
Brenda was working on that part of it. So it didn't sound like there was a lot of dollars per se currently of how many of these we have going, but it's something that we need to make sure we're in line with the AG letter.
Yeah. And
Yeah,
it's
I'm curious.
Yes.
Brenda, how many indigent folks are having name changes? I mean,
I don't know how many are indigent. Sally said that since July, West District had had 14 name changes. Of those, if anyone was indigent, I don't know.
wow. Okay, that's a lot more than I would think, so.
That was West. I haven't talked to East about the number. And I've been working with the prosecutor to figure out, to respond, if not to respond, whatever, to the AG.
Surplus property, the sale is currently active and on the website, and we are accepting bids until tomorrow at 3 p.m. And our goal is to have all the items picked up by April 15th. So we are getting some bids, some not on other bids, but we're doing our duty to the citizens and surplusing the property of the county.
Might make enough for a pizza.
Maybe. And then we talked about canceling, or we didn't talk about, we actually did cancel the April 8th meeting due to some scheduling. So we're not going to meet on the 8th. So our next finance committee meeting is going to be the 22nd at 9 a.m. In the treasurer's office, the one thing I wanted to let everybody know is we did receive the check yesterday from the city of White Salmon. So hopefully we will be processing the REIT form for the that White Salmon property before the end of March, which was our goal in the very, very beginning. With 3 days left, but that's still, we made it in March. So
We still get our bump in the money that we get off of it.
well, we get it'll be distributed to wherever the distribution was, yeah. And that was the finance committee meeting and the treasurer's office. Were there any questions on the finance committee meeting, or did anybody have anything to add besides Brenda or Jake?
No. All right. You have more for?
I don't have any more for the finance committee or the treasurer's update. I wanted to have Brenda, or we were going to have Brenda give us some information about the finance steering committee.
I was hoping Gordy'd be in here. He was gonna be down here too, so I don't know what happened. I could go ahead if you'd like.
Well, let's see if we can get him.
That way all four of us are here. Cut one virtual. Thank you.
Well,
Leah.
that's, and you both got the email on the transitory records that I passed on from
Yes.
Prosecutor
Yes, I did.
Cannell.
Yeah, yeah,
Did that help?
Yes.
And did you guys have any questions?
I had no
haven't-
questions because I didn't read it to that great of detail, but I have it with
that
a marker.
I browsed it.
But I
and
did
have
see
it.
that I received it, so.
It's still open on my bar.
And thank you for that, Prosecutor Cannell.
Yeah, I would comment on that. I wanted to thank the prosecutor. That was very helpful. I did actually read, and I'm not saying you didn't read it, but it is useful, especially we've had so much interest in public records and what we keep and what we don't keep. It was nice to get something on paper that gave us some, fairly concrete guidelines as far as what we need to keep and what we don't. So I'm implementing that now. Actually, I've really made no changes. It just was nice to reinforce. I believe I was doing it right all along, so that's good.
Yeah, the one thing I noticed on there was spam email. So spam emails I've been saving just because.
Right.
Apparently you don't have to. So.
Do we have any worry in the future, like if somebody said, that wasn't a spam email?
Well,
I mean,
if they're trying to sell you Viagra tablets, it's probably a spam email.
for you?
I'm getting there.
Careful now.
I'm just kidding. Okay. Oh, here comes Gordy. We can move on.
Hi.
Come on forward, Gordy. Give us the good news.
I just,
I think Brenda's gonna lead us off.
yeah, so, we opened the RFPs, we advertised for several weeks. Let's see here how I can sit, so, no, on my back to Dave.
You're good. I can. Fine.
Okay, so we advertised for several weeks. We did get 2 RFPs. They were open on the 1st. The steering committee met and reviewed them on the 1st. And we met again on the 15th and subsequently set interviews and interviewed them. We have chosen a contractor, a vendor that we would like to have verbal approval to move forward and begin to negotiations for the contract. That would be Barry Dunn. And the goal would be to have a contract signed by May 1st. But we're asking for verbal approval now with the the paper documents to come next week for you to approve, so that we could begin contract negotiations.
Can you remind me again who sits on that steering committee?
Dave Sauter and the three of us.
Not Jen?
No. Okay. So we'd like to, begin the contract negotiations, like I said, and have the formal paperwork next week. We're hoping to have a signed contract with the vendor in place by May 1st, and hopefully by October 31st have an RFP for a financial vendor out. But those are our goals. Did I miss anything, gentlemen? Did I miss anything?
No, I would maybe just add a little bit more to kind of the process that we went through as far as as we said, we did the RFP, we put it out, we got two responses, which we opened in chambers, as we said, was reviewed by the committee. We had a scoring matrix that we had to get upon as far as how we were going to look at the proposals and weight them, score them. And then we also, as the auditor said, we conducted in-person virtual interviews with both vendors last Thursday. And then we scored those again, independent of each other. And it's good that, you got four people with four different ideas, and we did everybody ended up on the same page, which was, and really, I think pretty close to each other too, as far as, because we had different categories of things. So there's no real outliers on anything. So I feel really comfortable with the recommendation that the steering committee is making to go with Barry Dunn. I would say the good news was at least I can only speak for myself, but based on folks' comments, we were pleasantly surprised with because we had all independently arrived at the proposals. When we scored those, we had one that seemed quite a bit better than the other one based on the written proposals. When we did the in-person interviews, they did very well. And so the good news is I would be fine with either of these companies. I think they both could be successful. They've got a little different take, and they have a little different strengths. As far as the one that we're recommending has a lot more experience in Washington State, with Washington State counties specifically. The other one had, it's different, it's good experience, but it's more with some housing authorities and some other, cities and things, which were, is relevant information, but, counties are fairly unique creatures in Washington, and really understanding the kind of audit requirements that we need. So that's why we kind of we all independently gave them, we all supported that vendor.
Right. And I would add that this process of what we're going through is trying to select a vendor that will come in and go through all of our processes and what we need in order to get us to writing the final RFP for a new system with whatever the 6 to 10 vendors are. There's probably 100, but there's probably a handful that are across the state. So this is a step towards that direction of replacement. And both vendors had both made comments independently that they thought we were doing the process correctly and trying to get this written, review our processes, make sure we get an RFP that's written for a system that will definitely help the county. And so they were, but yes, one was, I think we all agreed was.
I say that was my question. When we were opening the bids, I noticed one of them had references from a lot of other Washington counties, and the other one kind of didn't.
Right.
So, and it sounds like you went with that one, so.
Did you have something, Gordy, you'd like to add?
Well, I think just answering the question, will more people be involved? You know, this is just to get the process started, and then there'll be a whole lot of people.
Oh, yeah.
And a whole lot
Yeah,
of work.
Contractor will work with everybody to determine what our needs really are versus what we're doing, you know?
I'm so excited. It's a good start to a new day.
Yeah.
It was a very good day, I think, for all of us. I think we were all a little nervous as to what we would, you know, when you're fishing, you don't know what kind of fish you're going to get. And I think Dave hit the nail on the head. I think either company would have been good. I think the Barry Dunn is the good fit for our county, and they have a lot of experience in
Yeah,
Washington.
they have a lot of county
And,
experience.
and I would agree. I walked out of there as the treasurer feeling that this is a good place to be for previous treasurers and future treasurers, that we're moving down, you know, to a tool to better our tools.
Yeah. And I was pleasantly surprised, as Dave said too, with one of the vendors that I looked at their proposal and I thought, wow, they didn't put a lot of work into this, but they really shined when they had the virtual interview in person. So that was a surprise, nice surprise.
Okay. Well, you got verbal from me,
You got verbal from me.
and he already voted when he chose.
Thank you very much.
Thank you guys for all your hard work.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, I guess now all the work begins.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
exactly, that's true.
It's just beginning. Yeah, it's a Thursday. I couldn't get back. So last week.
All right. Have a great day, you guys. Okay, did we pay all the bills or just that came out of the one sheet? Did we have any other? We didn't have any. Okay. All right. I kind of jumped around, so I'm making sure I didn't miss anything.
Unfinished.
Unfinished, there's no schedule there.
We're-
Board pending, yeah. Seatmates, do you have anything for board pending?
I guess I could say, had a meeting Friday, with potential developer, and it went really well and is encouraging moving forward, for the aluminum plant property, so.
Okay. Commissioner Sauter?
No, I'd love to dig into that, but I understand the need for discretion generally in those situations. So I'll look forward to hopefully something coming out of that conversation, Commissioner Christopher.
Yep. Whenever.
Right. Tell them they can start next week. It's fine with me.
It's actually, their timeline is forward a year from when I expected, so. They're thinking best case scenario breaking ground in 2024, so.
Wow.
Surprising.
Ad swap, financial services. I'm looking to see what meetings I want to talk about. All right, I don't have anything right now. Okay, well, if that's it, we will move past board pending and go to elected official report, prosecuting attorney David Cannell. Do you have anything for open session?
We have a trial going today in East District. So that's the parking that's going on over there. It's being done by Deputy Cabea, who submitted a resignation. Her last day will be next Friday. So I'll be soliciting interest, hopefully, in 2 attorney positions at this point. So we'll be down to 3 attorneys total in the office, including myself. And that's what I know right now.
I'm so sorry.
Is it moving out of the area, or is it a pay issue, or do you know or want to tell, or?
No, I think it's just like a lot of people trying to figure out what's, younger person trying to figure out what they want to do with their lives and finding it doesn't do what they're currently doing in Golden, Washington.
Yeah.
Mr. Prosecutor, if I could just follow up on that, is there, I mean, when you say you're going to be, you're down two attorneys in out of five, so there's only three, what kind of impacts is that going to have on the operations of your office? Obviously there are, and I guess the follow-up to that would be, is there anything we can do as far as to help, as far as either delaying action on something, as far as at least the civil work on stuff? I don't know. That's just as bad, because I know it's hard to run at that level of staffing level and not have it impact your office.
The only thing I can really think of is, we've been waiting kind of increasingly less patiently for the results of the salary survey, because I suspect it could have an impact on the salaries of the DPAs especially, but I don't know that yet. I think the pay is adequate, but I like to see what else is going on. There's a shortage of prosecutors and defenders throughout the state. Most offices are having difficulty recruiting and retaining. The law schools are still pumping them out. It's a kind of a mystery of where they're going. But I think, the board has gone through this before on trying to do the public defender contracts. I don't know if that's up again this year or not. That's a difficult process, because we're got two contract public defenders in Superior Court right now making $108,000 a year, which is far in excess of my deputies, and that's for 10 or 15 hours a week for their time. So that's difficult for morale.
And you're talking, the positions you're looking at are deputy prosecuting attorney 1, 2, or 3, not the, what's the other one?
So the chief deputies, David Wall, he's been with me for about 6.5 years. I don't anticipate he plans on going anywhere until he retires, hopefully in at least 3-4 years from now. The civil position, I think technically is DPA 3, is Rebecca Cranston's position. She'll be on leave later this year for, I'm not even sure the right way to phrase it anymore, for
Stuff.
welcoming the new addition to her family that's anticipated in June, or July. So very exciting for her and her family. And then, so obviously there'll be a few months that could theoretically be down to 2 attorneys. So we'll see how that works out.
I guess I would be curious. I mean, I'm looking at the salary survey right now. And you obviously have one position that you have had out there forever and can't seem to get a fish on the line. So I would be kind of curious what you think pay-wise it would take to fill that position, or is it really a pay issue? Because from what I'm looking at, it isn't a pay issue. So we may need to, we have positions we cannot fill, yours, accountant positions, planner positions, that we may need to pay above 100% of comparable counties in order to fill those positions. So going forward, hopefully think about what you think that number would need to be above 100% of comparable counties to get what you need.
Well, I haven't been provided the data, so I don't. I'm not going to opine as to the accuracy or vouch for the data anyway. Those again, I've been not allowed the opportunity to review those and compare it to the information I have as to other counties. And I've never made a sell or approached a sell to this board that it's all about the pay. I've been very consistent about that. I think about 5-6 years ago, that was by far the #1 factor. I think it's a factor. It's not a significant factor at this point. We are competitive to many other similarly sized counties and locations. The issue that we've had with the position that's been open for a year is frankly the location. Housing is a significant issue.
Housing and
Getting,
childcare.
especially, these are more geared towards entry level. I mean, we'll be happy to get someone with some experience and hopefully less training, or I guess on the flip side, hopefully not too many bad habits to break, but that might be a little older and looking for a slower or quieter situation. But the housing, there's a housing scarcity. There's a childcare scarcity. There's the significant issues, and then we don't pay enough for a young deputy to live on the West End. I can't afford to buy a house on the West End. I'm the highest paid employee in the county besides the Superior Court judge. So that's not a factor. And then attracting, which is where generally folks that have spent 7, 8 years plus in higher education and generally have traveled and so forth, want to be near the world-class recreation, breweries, bakeries, cultural activities, museums, all that, which there's very little of that in Goldendale. It's extremely unfortunate that most of downtown are social welfare agencies and youth shops. There is no, it's an issue, and so that has come up repeatedly for recruiting attorneys. And then I know I've had a couple in the past experimenting with living on the Oregon, which is, the Dalles and Hood River has its own features, and there's more rental markets and so forth, but you're forking over 8+% of your income to the state of Oregon. Which is pretty significant, that I think the entry level DPA starts out at 70 grand. So 8%, I mean, that's $6,000 right off the bat. You're just giving away. That's a hard sell. It's not entirely unique to the office by any means. I think the majority of PA offices in the state are actively have active openings. Some I think are even worse situations than we are. If I had an answer, I'd be a far wealthier man selling that answer to other people, but I don't have that. Is it a level to where the pay becomes enough incentive to do some of these other issues? I mean, maybe not. Then you might. We don't want to end up in a situation where someone's coming here just for a year or two to make extra money and get experience and go away either. So that's rotations of. That's why it somewhat demoralizing that the hope was to have someone in that this person I know was not intending on making a career in the Klickitat County PA's office, and no pressure expectation to, but the goal was to try to have someone in so there'd be more of a transition period, so there wouldn't be this person coming in to handle the district court work that's going to be entirely new to the process, and it's going to take mostly probably in order to town on myself time on demands on me to get them familiar with the protocols and procedures of the two courts, the judges, the different attorneys, the different law enforcement agencies and so forth, without someone more on their level that they could talk to, and that can be very helpful. And so, especially when sometimes I'm not perceived as the most approachable of individuals, and so and someone relatively new, half my age, I think sometimes they have a hard time. That's something that I've worked very hard on. There has to be some separation. There is a hierarchy in a law firm. That's how it works. But yeah, that's even done. Read these books and these trainings on how the different personality types of generations and the millennials and the next to, I can't keep track of what they call them anymore, but very frustrating. So, yeah, it is what it is.
What's
We'll
the
we'll
pay
keep plugging along.
difference?
I've
What-
already canceled planned vacations and trips for the next few months. That people are going to have to be somewhat understanding that the more complicated matters will take longer. It's just how it is. I mean, that's, there's an expectation of a normal that a lot of people take for granted. Historically, you look at 8, 15, 25 years ago, where it was not uncommon for people to wait months plus for routine contract reviews and, the conviction rates of 40% or lower and so forth. That we're doing quite fine as it is. We're not obviously doing as well as I like, especially going into an election year, but it's, I'm not here to perform for an audience or to puff and be dishonest. So, yeah, I mean, it could, as Mr. Sauter knows full well, I live by the adage that it could always be worse. And that's what I tell myself every day. It could always be worse.
What's the pay level difference between working for the government as an attorney or being out in private practice doing wills and whatnot?
In a rural area, there's attorneys in every field. There's a wide gamut of how much it's the harder you work, the more skilled you are, the more money you're going to make. And so you can, I think, make a comfortable living here doing, not working, more than 30, 40 hours a week, and probably do something on income level that's more competitive with it. But the benefits don't compare to the private market. They just don't. The insurance and so forth, which the 28-year-old straight out 8 years of college could care less about.
Till they have a child.
That's a whole nother issue. And there's no childcare. So that's a constant issue that we're struggling with. That whenever anyone has a sick child or gets home from school, or it's a big deal that has to be dealt with because there's just no options around. So I know that our civil deputies basically station in the office 1 day a week, primarily because of childcare issues. And so that 3 years ago, I would have been not okay with that. There's been a lot of flexibility that's been introduced in some of my thinking in the last 2 years that I've embraced some of it. And it's just the reality of it. There's no need to be sitting in an office staring at a wall that I can see what you're doing all day, every day. You have to have trust. And so once you do have that trust, it's trying to find that flexibility. And that's sometimes what's difficult bringing the new folks in, is that you got to earn that trust.
Right.
That's my approach. So, it is what it is.
So in terms of what we can do, are other prosecutors' offices around the state offering signing bonuses of 10, 15,000 to get some of these younger 28-year-olds, 30-year-olds to, hey, I can get a nice place or anything like that? Is that, because I mean, leaving the position open for 2 months would cover a signing bonus, and we've had that position open for quite a while. What can we do to help?
Well, I know there's a couple of counties that have done that. Ponderay, I think, I talked to their PA last summer, and I can't recall if they were doing $5,000 or $10,000. And she's up to 2 or 3 positions open. I talked to her again yesterday. And she's hoping that one of them, she just had a successful interview and waiting for someone to whether they'll accept one of the positions, which is for one of the more entry level. And historically, they've had no problems recruiting because their county seat is only about half an hour away from Spokane, which is one of the few law schools in the state is housed there in Spokane at Gonzaga. So they historically have had a wealth of applicants and people showing interest. But they've struggled for years. Now my understanding is even the Spokane PA's office is struggling. You know, King County, last year, their board authorized, they diverted a significant portion of their CARES fund towards beefing up the ranks of their DPAs through contract employment relationships, and they went out and hired 100. And really, there was just this huge suction sound throughout the state of every interested person that might be a prosecutor just getting taken off the market right off the bat. It was very frustrating. You know, the law schools generally are not welcoming environments for individuals that want to pursue a career in public safety or prosecution. They're just not. You know, you spend 3 years being told that, you know, prosecutors and police are just cogs of an oppressive system out to disenfranchise and strip people of their civil rights. You're bound, you know, like every big lie, if it's repeated enough, you get enough suckers believing it. So that's, but that's both the left and the right are equally at this cultural moment guilty of that. Yeah, it is.
So
How can we help? Again, how can we help? Give me an
You
ask.
can listen to me, bitch, and then we'll go from there.
We are
So I
fully
think the only thing is the
understanding.
folks that need to be, if there's seems to be delays and turnaround and so forth, they need to be more understanding. Just reach out and there's, you know, if there's something that's a higher priority than we realize it is for someone, just communicate that, and we'll work on accomplishing that. You know, we had, you know, with things were working pretty smoothly. I was able to enjoy more weekends and things, and that's just for, you know, that's just, I have to go
I
away
don't
for
care
a
how
while.
much you work. I care about how much your staff works.
Well, I care how much. And you interact with me long enough, you'll care too. But you know, at least I can get you laughing. Like, although
It's either laugh or cry, and today I choose laugh.
well, I'll say I was enjoying a Sunday. My wife and I went to Catherine Creek, and then we were going down the old highway to they go one of the wineries for a glass for the afternoon, and we drive by Mr. Sauter, and he's just out covered in sweat with a chainsaw, like breaking up a tree, and we're like, well, see, it could always be worse.
That's probably what
That
happened.
was
A branch fell on him. That's what
Yeah, it
happened.
was really stupid. Yeah.
We could be doing that on at 2:00 on a Sunday. So, although you look at me and you probably, well, maybe you should, but it's, you know. So we'll just keep plugging along. So we do have a couple of cases to talk about in litigation at some point. I see Mr. McClure here, so I want to defer to if the board has any issues they need to discuss.
Dave, do you have something you want to talk about?
I was going to come to you with some letters regarding Dick who passed away.
Oh, come forward and say it. And yeah, I mean, this shouldn't take but very long. Quick little over.
Thank you, Dave. Not very good at writing letters of condolence, but Dick Bechtel, who served on various committees for the county for decades, passed away. So it's a little note from the board to the family. And so that's my draft, and thought you might be interested in sending something.
Yeah.
Do
you have an original to sign today, or do you?
Yes. But if
Or
you
does
agree with
it need to be signed today because Mr. Sauter isn't here to sign it? So
the services are going to be on the 7th, celebration.
You
we'd
should
leave
be
it up
back.
to my seatmates.
I am 100%
I'm on
in.
vacation next week. So,
Oh, are you coming up?
Go ahead and sign.
The clerk can sign for him.
Okay.
Yeah, it's okay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you so much for doing this. I know
Put
it
out.
means something
All righty. Thank you.
to
Yes.
the family. I asked Director McClure to write this up for us. Thank you so much.
Thank
You want it back?
Yeah, do you want it back? Are
As
you
soon as she
are you
signs
go-
for Mr.
are
Sauter.
you going on to this thing?
I'm planning on going. You can send it? All right.
Oh, there.
Okay. All right, get in touch with me. I might see if I can make it.
All right. Very
Thank you, sir. Okay, where did I go with my?
Oh, one last thing though, since Mr. Slaughter's vacation was mentioned, that I think we're on the agenda for next week. The district court judges and I had talked to the board. Do we want to continue with that or wait till Mr. Slaughter gets back? Getting the three individuals
Together is hard.
schedules is difficult. Right.
With that, I would be willing to.
You
do
gonna
it with
zoom
the
in?
Two of us.
Yeah, no, but I full faith you will do just fine, because as you said, it's hard to get the three individuals. I'll support whatever the direction the board comes up with, so.
Well, I don't know if we'll come up with like a full direction next week. Maybe, I don't know. Jen's working on the numbers.
No, this is another issue altogether.
Oh,
Yeah.
never mind.
No, this is another issue altogether that I give Mr.
Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, you're not gonna be done next week. It's okay. Maybe you will. I don't know.
We think it's an easy decision to make, but.
Yeah.
Right. So
I
that,
must have missed something here. I got lost.
no, the judges and I are gonna make a formal request. The judges have already reached out informally. We're rebuffed, so we're making a formal request to the board to transition the position and operation of the litter and work crew to probation department. It needs to be returned to the criminal justice agencies that are tasked with and responsible for overseeing folks that need to complete this. The courts, my office, the courts have lost all confidence. We in the current way it's being run and has been for a few years.
Good enough. We'll cover it next week.
Yeah. So it needs to happen. So.
All right. Okay. Thank you for the update. Anything else? All right.
Questions for me and open?
I do have a couple things I think would be open, just if possibly. First would be, we did receive a letter last week from Republic Services, kind of starting a formal process. That was not unexpected. As far as for looking at, that's in the contract now, as far as to look at the host fee, to open negotiations on that. I'm wondering though, what is obviously the timing is terrible, because there's gonna need some civil work involved in that, as far as, I think the board is gonna need some advice, some legal advice on what we can and can't do, or should and shouldn't do also. And I don't know, would it make sense to maybe reach out to them? Because I think that the contract, if I'm remembering correctly, there are timeframes built into that if they make a formal request, we have to respond within X number of days. And that is unfortunate given the staffing levels in your office right now. So I don't know, again, I don't think this is an adversarial, that's not my take on this. And so, perhaps we could reach out and ask to have that time frame extended somewhat, just given the workload requirements in your office.
I was not provided a copy of the letter. This is the first time.
Okay. Okay, sorry. I assumed you were CC'd on it. That's never assume anything. So it came to the board. I'll have, if you could please forward that over to the prosecutor's office, you can take a look at it.
Okay, and you had one other thing, Dave?
Yeah, what was that? Oh, again, I don't want to pile on, but the interlocal agreement with the Tribal Housing Authority, are we getting any closer to?
There's been no communication since last week. I'll do everything I can to follow up either later today or tomorrow.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I know on that.
Okay, that's all. Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Yeah, and then, next week might be a good chance to talk about some of the municipal court services. It's, I appreciate the auditor Sorensen and then clerk Lee Snell, getting digging pretty deep through some of the archives to get some of the information. It's just the situation keeps getting worse. So we have, there's statutory framework. You got to provide a year's notice of intent to terminate an agreement and so forth. We don't have any agreements in place. And that's becoming abundantly clear. So we don't have any contracts in place. And that I think twice in the last 50 years, this has been a hotly debated issue, and there's never been any real resolution. So this is a significant problem.
Well, we found our jail contract is 2.5 years outdated, and we're doing it right now to carry us through the 3 years at the end of the year. So yeah, it doesn't shock me.
Yeah, there's a big difference between 2 years and 50. And so, and there's statutory framework on things to analyze. The significant concern I had, I got an email from Jen asking him to participate in some information gathering on costs. I will not be cooperating with that. In addition, that email, I saw the recipient list did not include the district court judges or their staff. That's a significant omission that should be corrected. To me, the cost, the enter negotiation entirely on the terms of the person that's underpaying is, that's a calculation for the board to make. Our costs should be based on a proportion of the criminal filings in the court. For example, if East District has a total budget of $600,000 and Goldendale takes up 40% of their criminal caseload, it's pretty easy. That's $60,000. So, the real question is, what will it cost them to provide the service they're statutorily required to do? And so when you're asking for information gathering on relatively fixed costs on our end that have not been, there's been no request and no effort made to track those costs over the years, I do not view that as fruitful. And so the issue is, how much is it going to cost them? And how much less than that is the county willing to accept? That's the cost is a factor to be considered. That's the cost for both sides.
Right.
So, finding something in between, I just don't think, just do what you do, but I don't see how that information is going to be accurate because no one's tracked it.
So you think it should be on criminal filings?
That's the vast majority of what we're talking about. And again, the conversation, I've said it before, and I'll say it again, that to get a more adequate perspectives, you need to involve the judges on them. I can't exactly speak for them. They have an inside knowledge. They've both been judges for several years now. They'll have a wealth of information. I'm sure they'll be happy to share about what they believe and perceive as through personal experience and anecdotes, what the breakdown and the utilization on their time of their staff and their courtroom is. It's, I can look at the numbers and think I have an idea. And I've been practicing in those courts for 15 years. I think I have a decent idea, but got to get the judges more involved here, especially when there's I think a remote possibility, but still a possibility that it could affect their personal income and their staff levels. So that's it's a bit of a mess. And so that, the one statutory provision that's concerning was, the cities can't terminate an agreement until there's almost a 4-year window that they have. It's tied to the election cycles of the district court judges. For us, it's 12 months. And that's where we're trying to find the agreements. We just don't have any. And right now, our county code doesn't even allow for a municipal department by the city of Goldendale. Our county code references municipal departments to be utilized by the cities of Benjamin and White Salmon, not Goldendale. And so right now it's questionable, whether there's been authority to perform these services. So, that $13,000 has gotten them a heck of a deal. So the code needs to be cleaned up. There's another provision in the code that mandates the district court judges are supposed to be doing all incarcerated first appearances in East District. They're not following that. And when it's pointed out, they said, well, this is the way it's been. So either the board needs to convey the message that you expect county code to be followed, or to amend the county code to, we don't have a provision that is being willfully disobeyed.
Well, we had
Right.
no idea
It's
that
like
this was
we need a
happening.
list,
Yeah.
because I gotta try to remember everything you just said, and I'm not gonna be able to do that.
Well, the county provisions, I think it's in Title II, on the regulation of district courts, it's about 3 paragraphs, and none of it is really meaningful.
Is when the judges are here next week, is there gonna be time to have open discussion with them, not only about litter pickup, but this issue of funding and whatnot?
Litter work group, right?
You're just gonna
But if-
stick to that, and then we gotta bring him back another time
No,
to
I
do the
don't,
rest?
I'm not gonna, I can't speak for them, but,
Right.
Again, they, I think are making efforts to be here, so I'm sure they would love the opportunity. I doubt they wouldn't mind the opportunity to discuss further some of the probation services that, you know, that we're having to cut back quite a bit on pretrial monitoring and requests for supervision and so forth, and that's, you know, I'm not gonna come in here and tell you that people are gonna die unless you buy me a boat, but at the same time, there's issues as to public safety. So, you know.
Yeah, we got a lot of things
So
to work on.
let's block out a little extra time next week if the
Yeah,
chairman so
I'm-
chooses for them, and if they don't use it, they don't use it, we'll fill it with something else, but I don't wanna have to rush through them or not give them all the time that they want.
Yeah, we need to have a conversation with everybody in the room and, yeah.
What we need to do, I think, we as a board need to do more listening than talking, but yeah.
Again, a lot of this is outside of our bailiwick.
Uh-huh.
You know, it's just, when it comes down to the paying for it, yeah, we've got it, but I have no idea how much that uses, and we're trying our best because we don't know, you know, how much it costs us to provide these services. Like, we need to know how much we're subsidizing them, or at least a good estimate, just so that we know.
Right, but the kicker to me is it's kind of like you can kind of do the math when you roll through the budget to know how much our cost is. The main kicker to me is how many of those cases are coming from Goldendale? How many are coming from White Salmon? How many are coming from Bidgeon? How many are coming from unincorporated county? How many of them are just Department of Corrections warrants that, yeah, we're gonna be on the hook for the, you know, city of Goldendale ain't gonna be paying.
Well, the
for it.
DLC warrants are, they don't go through court. The DLC warrants are administrative warrants issued by the Department of Corrections for individuals, the very rare subset of individuals that are under active supervision from the Department of Corrections following felony convictions. So
Okay.
those do not go through court. Those are a boon for the county. I think they pay between 75, I think 75, 80, maybe up to $120 a day per prisoner. The county makes well into 6 figures based on those historically. The numbers, of course, have been down in the last couple of years. But the DLC utilization of our jail is a good thing
Right.
for the
Right.
county. Most definitely.
What about, so you can get arrested in White Salmon, but you can be charged with a county and White Salmon, right? People get both, and how do we work that out?
Municipal prosecutors are tasked, and the municipal courts and prosecutors are tasked with the enforcement of city ordinances.
Justice it.
So city ordinances typically incorporate by reference state codes, so they don't have, that's a whole nother conversation that has been identified as an issue that I think White Salmon sort of corrected, and I think Bidgeon's still waiting. Goldendale's got a pretty good handle on it, on the currentness of theirs, because if they don't have a specifically enumerated statute, they don't have jurisdiction. It defaults to the county. Because I act on behalf of the state. A lot of people lose track of that.
So-
I'm actually an agent of the state, not the county, to the enforcement of the criminal laws of the state of Washington. I can enforce the county code and bring in action in behalf of county, but the vast majority of the criminal actions are brought on behalf of the state of Washington for violations of the RCW. So the cities have jurisdiction and prosecution over the enforcement of city code. Many of the city codes incorporate state laws, so they can bring those in there. I could choose to take any citation based on state law if I want. Generally don't, because because we're not getting paid to do that. And so that's one of the nuclear options the city could have is to completely repeal their municipal codes and say, we're not going to enforce any criminal law. That's now the county prosecutor's problem. And if they do that, there's certain features in the law that I can make a demand on them for compensation if they do that. And so, it's I can't imagine city councils wanting to give up that kind of control because then, the current arrangement is their police departments who report to the city councils, work with those municipal prosecutors for better or worse. So there's more control by the city council or the mayor, depending on the form of their government, on the police chief, the city prosecutor, and so forth. None of those are elected. They're all serving pursuant to or their contracts. Generally, contracts are at will as employees to the municipalities. So that's the jurisdiction they have. And for city code, parking tickets, things like that, they can do. And then everything in the unincorporated area is entirely through the county PA's office in every county in the state. So every allegation that occurs in unincorporated area has to go through the PA's office. Whether it's through, we still have direct citation for misdemeanors in this county. So officers have the ability on misdemeanors to issue a ticket to someone so they can arrest and issue a ticket for a DUI or trespass or, one of the more classified as minor offenses in the misdemeanor, gross misdemeanor. Many counties have moved away from that to where the matters are based on referrals and referrals only. That's for, it's a whole different, there's a lot of factors.
Can you explain that? What does that mean?
That
Referrals?
would mean if someone's arrested, the officer does not issue a citation or give them a ticket. They refer it to the PA's office, and the PA makes the determination whether they get charged with that minor offense or not. So that's how in a lot of the more urban areas that it's really an arrest and release kind of system.
So that puts it on the PA to charge in essence. And
Correct,
then
because
it
the
saves
PAs,
the
law enforcement
officer
PAs
time.
have different standards of probable cause. So the probable cause for an officer is it more likely than not the offense was committed. So that's sufficient to protect them from personal liability for making the arrest. A prosecutor's license can be revoked if they don't have probable cause in the law enforcement sense, but the statutes in Washington and the practice throughout the nation is that for the prosecutor to file charges, they should have a reasonable belief of sufficient evidence to convict before a fact finder. So that do you have enough to prove beyond a reasonable doubt the accusation? That's a far more elevated standard than is it more likely than not. So that's where a lot of PA offices, and I'm not taking a position on advocating for this in any fashion right now, but that's why a lot of PAs in the state and in the country have said, we're tired of getting a bunch of tickets without sufficient proof to convict a trial and having to dismiss them all. Because there's different perceptions on adequacy of evidence and different things that can occur. There's always, there's an inherent tension there. Law and Order was on TV for 20 years, not because cops and prosecutors agreed on everything, right? Because there's an inherent tension in the system. And it's supposed to be. I recall was at a meeting of the local Washington State Patrol, when I was about 15 years ago when I was a new deputy here, and there was a question that came up on how I had resolved a case at that point, and one of the officers had said, why didn't I get to make that decision? And it was very interesting. The lieutenant cut in and was like, because we're not in a police state. That we don't live in a system. We prioritize freedom and due process. That we assume it's better than guilty people go free than we incarcerate innocent people. And so therefore the police in this country do not have that discretion to make the final call. It's part of the whole idea of separation of powers and the preservation of liberty and due process. So that's where, and of course, if you're in that position of saying, no, I'm not going to do that, it can create conflict and tension. And some offices get along better than others in some counties. And sometimes they can, you get the personalities involved and, all that stuff. I mean, this county is by no means immune to some of those difficulties. And then on the felonies, it doesn't matter where they occur in the county, those all go through the county, because the municipalities do not have the power or ability to criminalize felony matters. That's solely within the province of the state legislature to decide what constitutes a felony in the state of Washington. So that's entirely through state law. So the allegation of felonious behavior has to fit, within a prohibited activity under RCWs and labeled as a felony by the legislature. And when that happens, then we evaluate the evidence and we can bring an action on behalf of all the people of the state of Washington. And every charge, every accusation is brought on behalf of the state of Washington and ends in defiance of the peace and prosperity of the people of Washington. It's an attack on the peace and safety of the people of Washington. As dictated by the legislature, and they're the ones that determine what is criminal activity and what is not. I'm here to enforce the wisdom of the legislature, for better or worse, within the statutory framework as a whole, because sometimes you get conflicting statutes. You have to make determinations on generalized versus more specific, things like that. Then, of course, and often, most importantly, due process and constitutional protections, both in the Washington and U.S. Constitution, that can provide a bulwark against some of the actions that can be taken by the legislature. But again, that's what we have the third branch of government to determine when the legislature has gone too far. So that's what the courts are for. That's why we have Article 3 of the U.S. Constitution. That's why we have laid out in the Washington Constitution. That's solely was determined in 1804 by Marbury versus Madison. That's the exclusive province of the court. And that's the 220 years of jurisprudence at work. So, yeah, that's what we prosecute felonies.
So
Mr. Sauter has his hand up.
he can wait. It's my prerogative this time. And before I forget. So you're saying that there's a possibility or an option that the cities could just eliminate their own municipal code and their officers could arrest based on state law, and then it would all get shipped to us. Would that become a more efficient system, do you think?
Well, they would lose a significant amount of control.
Right, but they might be able to save some money.
Well, no, again, they can't pass that on to me cost free.
Right.
Right. So, I mean, I don't know. I mean, theoretically, it could be possible to in areas, especially of affluence with relatively low or very low crime rates. I mean, that could end up being a situation.
A positive situation that it creates creates a more efficient system in the judicial process, potentially, is what you're saying.
I mean, it's yes and no. I mean, it's because generally, especially here in the county, everything's tracked through the same courts, the same judges. So, so I don't think there'd be a lot of difference. There'd be, I think, significant concern among certainly the defense attorneys, but I think some of the city council members of they would no longer have a say or influence on the enforcement and implementation of minor criminal activity in their jurisdictions.
Or rental houses or any of those other things that they want to make ordinances for.
Well, I was just dealing with the criminal aspect.
Yeah, just a criminal.
Right. And so that's very attractive, I think, for cities and mayors. That's one of the, I think, some of the difficulties that I think Sheriff Saunders talked to the board on a couple occasions about this and in public, that how much more difficult it can be for a police chief because they don't have, depending on your perspective and who you ask, for better or worse, they don't have that discretion that a sheriff does. And so that's an unenviable position in my perspective. That's because I've been elected for almost 8 years now. I get to make my own decisions. So you get somewhat used to that. And you try to remind yourself to try to stay humble and not get out of control with especially the first year or two that people do it, they get sometimes carried away. And that's the big concern. Without a real hands-on mentoring and oversight of the kids that come in out of law school, there are sometimes they don't have a lot of life experience, but they're handed a tremendous amount of power over other people's lives as to, charging people with crimes and seeking incarceration and restrictions on their ability to who they can associate with and who they can live and all the other terms that come with criminal prosecution and conviction. It's and some of the offenses that they're somewhat minor in the sense that they're classified as gross misdemeanors, but for example, a DUI can have wildly disproportionate impact on someone's standing in the community reputational wise, but also career opportunities, so forth. For whatever reason, our legislature has never reconsidered the inability to vacate a DUI conviction. Whereas, you can assault a cop, you can burglarize a house, you can do other pretty serious events, and you can get that taken off your record. But if you get DUI, you can never get that taken off your record. And about 80% of the world views that as a disqualifying felony. So you'll be denied immigration and visas. For example, Canada, most of Asia, most of Northern Europe, and so forth. So that's why you get a lot of folks that end up routinely doing amendments to those charges and so forth. And that's the discretion is used on a case-by-case basis. There are some cases that of people with no history on very minor driving observations, observations of no significant, the passing people, no passing or doing anything crazy like that, hit and runs or having a suspended license while you're drunk and all that, that, might get an amended charge because of some of these other things if, they have just slightly over the limit with no history, those type of things. But there's, a lot of offices that will go much higher than I do as to making those kind of deals. But, I don't think it's, on a personal level, I think it's kind of unreasonable the legislature doesn't reevaluate some of that stuff, but that's not I didn't run to be part of the legislature. So I try to ameliorate some of the harshness, but it's not my job to, and it shouldn't be my job, to say I want to ignore the dictates of our representatives is selected through the democratic process in the legislature. And I can regale you for hours with examples of statutes that should be eliminated and so forth. And so, but it's especially given an election year, we're going to hear a lot of speeches and talks about new laws and new things, and it's I'd like to hear more about what we're getting rid of personally, but that's now I digress. So the county PAs handles all those felonies.
Dave, you lowered your hand. What, did it get tired?
Yeah, it just got, my poor yellow hand. No, I don't know if it was relevant anymore. I mean, fascinating conversation. It's very riveting, but back to the question, how difficult is it to determine, maybe I'm a simple guy, but it's like, if we know, is there any way to determine the number of cases that go through the East District and West District Court, how many of them are city cases, how many of them are not? And then we already know the cost because it's just the overall budget, because we don't factor into the budget anything but actual costs, not, we don't charge overhead, we don't charge the departments electricity and depreciation and insurance and all that stuff as far as on their bill. Well, maybe their insurance they do. They get a hit in their budget. So I'm wondering, like, a really simple way is just like, well, it costs this much. Those are kind of the fixed costs to operate the courts. But how difficult is there a lot of dispute over what's a city case and what's not?
So there's no dispute about what's reported to the state through the administrative office of courts as to the origin of the criminal caseload. that's what prompted some of these conversations going back a couple years is like, look, it took a little while to ferret out how we were getting the percentages we were, because we were taking the number of criminal cases that were filed, that reported by AOC, and then, actually, let me start back up. Total case filings in the district court, which includes all infractions, all cases, civil, criminal, the whole bit. And then dividing by the number of the criminal cases and coming up with just a tiny fraction of the total caseload, and then allocating that percentage towards the judicial salary. That's where coming up with the $11,000, $12,000, $13,000 we're going down, for example. So that's where that number comes from. One approach, which I think I mentioned a few minutes ago and have mentioned before, is just take the percentage of the criminal cases attributed to the cities and apply that percentage to the total budget of the court. This was a position that apparently was pretty fiercely advocated for in 1988 by then prosecuting attorney Gerald Matosich, who was kind of funny listening to the letterhead as Deputy Brian Altman. So this is going back a little ways. And that was a conversation that occurred at that point. There's clearly more. The reports that were found in the archive by Clerk Snail were clear that there was more going on. There was even alluded to at one point that there was more going on. But that was one conversation that occurred at the time. And somehow, I'm sure there's different factors. It finally came about to amend the statute to reflect on the application of the percentage to the judicial salary. So where that came from is unclear to why we picked out the judicial salary. It's unclear exactly at one point, did we just simply use the percentage of criminal filings and somehow it shifted through change in personnels and practice to the percentage of criminal applied to total filings? I don't think we'll get those answers because those are probably just conversations that got lost in the ether. So there's different ways of approaching that. And so from our cost basis, that's probably the simplest, crudest way of making a determination what possible costs. The other, probably more nuanced approach is to take a look at that number, then approach the judges and the clerks as to, okay, if the municipalities went away, how much less money do you think you honestly would have to spend to conduct your court? And that number is not going to be as high as, for example,
If they had to
40%
recreate
of the
it.
goal, if 40% of criminal cases are Goldendale, and so the 40%, the 600,000, that's where you're getting into the math. And so that the cost that they would save if the municipal court, there would be separation there because they have certain fixed costs. They have to have probably 2 or 3 staff members to provide 20, the coverage 8 to 5, Monday through Friday, all that kind of stuff. So it's not strictly apples to apples, but it's getting relatively close. So it seems from the county's perspective, that's I think going to be a much more straightforward and probably accurate assessment than people trying to just at this point, try to account for, well, this is city case, so I'm working on this right now, and breakdowns of times and everything. I don't see how that's going to work. I just don't. But the cost should, on those 2 factors for us, should be considered. What the percentage of the filing is, and of course, are we misunderstanding the impact on the criminal caseload as to their total caseload? The judges could speak better on that. The state numbers don't reflect any protection orders or civil cases being attributed to the municipal courts. That's clearly not quite accurate, unless we are really to believe that not a single resident of the city has ever sought a protection order or filed a small civil suit in the district.
So that's all
courts.
rolling into the county side. And
Yeah,
bumping
that's
the
all
county
allocated towards the county. That's where that number gets kind of little out of control.
It gets
especially
convoluted.
on the east end where there's active traffic enforcement on Highway 97, on Highway 14. You just don't have that on the west end. So there's significant number of speeding tickets and CDL violations that are handed out on Highway 97 that you don't have anywhere near the corresponding number on the West District. So the ratios are much different on that. So that's where we got to the very tiny fraction of the percentage of the judicial salary being requested from Goldendale is because the inclusion of every single filing on the core, and then just finding the percentage based on the criminal. So there's different ways of looking at, our code does reference for the purpose of the criminal, providing for the municipalities for their criminal justice purposes. So you would think that'd be one way interpreted. Given that we don't even appear to have contracts in place, we don't, there's there are arguments as to, reasonable reliance that the cities have had on historical practice of whether we should still, invoke that 12-month provision or not. I don't have any concrete answers or guidance, especially in open session or in fact at all right now. So it is a bit complicated. And I think I made the crack to Ms. Snell earlier today is I'm getting a crystal clear idea of why this, no one's tried to deal with this in 30 years. It's understandable. So, yeah.
Well, I mean, I agree with you 100%. Having people track their time, anything like that makes no sense. Doing it like how we're doing it makes no sense because things are getting attributed to the county that are definitely within the city's jurisdiction. The only thing that would make sense is to do it based on the criminal filings because I think that takes up the majority of the time, but we need to ask the judges. And also looking at it as here's the total cost, all inclusive. Here's your portion and here's your cost, and that's what it's going to be. And then, well, they might start trying to negotiate down from there because they can't afford it, because it's a lot of money.
Well, they certainly can't afford, they can't afford their own courts, or they could, but they'll have to find money from other sources.
Yeah.
And are they, they could end up still paying quite a bit if they say we give up on criminal law altogether. I can't imagine that going over well with their police departments and so forth either, because that would be taking away a lot of their discretion and abilities too. So, there's leverage on both sides. We have considerably more than the municipalities, but it's not. I don't think anyone's idea is to extract every dollar possible. It's just, when I'm losing investigators, we're losing probation officers, we're losing juvenile officers, we're getting increasingly, I think, valid concerns about the sufficiency of road deputies and other things like that. The increasing reliance on volunteerism, which is great, but for court security and everything, that's it's concerning. So, yeah.
Okay. Any other questions for Q before we enter into executive session? Thank you so much. I think our entire day has been absolutely riveting in my mind in terms of the criminal justice system, morning and afternoon. And, we are still like new babes. Rex told me it takes 4 years before you even know where your rear end is. And as time goes on, I more and more realize that is the case.
It takes a while. And so that, the criminal justice system is largely getting back on track. Some of the Blake issues are still popping up. We just got a couple more resentencings, I think, next week. It's extremely aggravating to spend all this time, some on that work on cases that you thought were done years ago. And then, the jail numbers seem to stabilize about 20. The blip were in about 2015, 2016, we were hitting over 50, a few times up to 70 inmates. I can't imagine that's going to repeat it anytime soon.
So your opinion is like mine, a lot of the drug cases are gone, and
well, a lot of that was a significant shift in 2015 from the philosophy of the prosecutors too.
That's true. Okay. Yeah.
And so it was routine under my predecessor to not ask for bail, to simply agree to PR to people, not to seek to incarcerate, and the different factors like that. Where it was quite common for individuals to be released, and then they, one instance, a fourth felony case pending, and they were still getting released. There was a lot of amendment of charge. Again, the dismissal rate was over 55%, so don't lose track of that. And so a lot of people were not being convicted and punished. So the jails, a lot of people weren't going to jails. There's a lot of deals being made for no jails, things like that. So in January 2015, there was an abrupt change in philosophies. And so that led to a lot more requests that are valid under our court rules and constitutional system, that when people have demonstrated history or likelihood of not appearing for court, or will intimidate witnesses or commit a violent offense, those are the three factors the courts are supposed to rely upon. And most career criminals, it's not difficult to make out one or all three of those factors that make hopefully a persuasive case to the judge to impose bail. We have not moved towards the kind of the model that's been implemented in Yakima County and King County, as everyone gets out. That's not what we're doing. So that was a significant shift since, and that really started stabilizing about 2017, 18. That's when I think about 2018 onward, we were getting routine population was about 40, which was much more reasonable. I mean, we were hitting a point that was I think we're about 6 years. Yeah, we're past the tort statute of limitations, but there were issues, as to we were running out of mattress pads for inmates and places for people to sleep and things like that. The official capacity is 49. So that hasn't really been an issue for a while. The Blake and the slow walkout by the legislature of the basic decriminalization of controlled substances in the state of Washington clearly has had a significant impact in the last year and a half. I have high confidence that I was one of the last prosecutors that was processing and prosecuting possession of controlled substance as a felony. And so there was only about half dozen of us left in the state that were doing that when Blake came down. So that there was about 40% of the caseload just went away right there. It's not coming back.
So that should be 40% of the full jail population that just went away. And ain't coming
Roughly.
back.
And so, I think there are anecdotal and there's some statistical information coming out of we're seeing upward trends, especially in the more urban areas of violent crime and so forth. I suspect there's going to be an upward trend on property crimes. Most of the property crimes, they were committed by the same folks that were usually involved with the drugs. So fundamentally, I'm not sure if the numbers are going to fundamentally change on that. We'll wait. I mean, this is in many ways a disturbing experiment the state's undertaking. We'll see how this shakes out. I have extremely deep-seated concerns, because there is no supervision for most property crimes. That if you burglarize a residence and you, for example, if you break into a store and to steal beer or what have you, and you get out, your presumptive range on your first offense is 1 to 3 months, followed by no supervision. That's convicted as charged as a burglary too. A residential burglary, you break into someone's house and steal their TV, you're looking at a presumptive range of 3 to 9 months with no supervision.
It's longer in the house than it is in the store.
It's more serious to break into someone's house, clearly, because that's
a
that is
domicile.
a significant violation of your personal safety. Every experience I've ever had is significantly more serious to think of someone going through your house where you sleep and you're the most vulnerable versus
That makes sense.
a liquor store.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So it is
Far more
serious.
dangerous to go into some of these houses, including mine, than a liquor store.
It depends on the liquor store, but yeah. But that's certainly, I think, generally true. And so I have, I've been doing this for a long time, and then I can't really think of any repetitive burglar that did not involve controlled substances. I can't think of a single one. You have more isolated incidents where it can fall under a classification of burglary, but usually it's like someone breaking in their former house, or a domestic relationship that's gone awry and getting in to steal a dog, stuff like that, which is a burglary, but it is quite a bit different than which is to be treated pursuant to the law. But that's having a stranger in your house, rifling through your stuff. That's a significant invasion on your privacy and personal integrity, I think, at that point. And then, of course, so none of those have supervision, and they haven't had for years. And that was done as a cost-saving measure by the legislature years ago. That's been about 5 years now. And so it's we'll see. I mean, theoretically, this increased opportunities for rehabilitation and therapeutic resources are supposed to eliminate that. Well, we'll see. It's the one aspect of the criminal system that tends to get sometimes, there's pros and cons to it, but one aspect of the criminal justice system is it's very good at coercion. That either you do this or you go to jail, you do this or you go to prison. And so that I've met many people. I've actually been surprised that this comes up probably once or twice a year, that people thank me for sending them to prison or holding them accountable because they had the chance to reflect and change and really work harder at not repeating. And a lot of that is just getting taken out of the situation you're in, getting removed from the peer group that you're associating with, having to develop habits of having to wake up at a certain time and having to do things at a certain time. And that's just how life is for people. You gotta work. You gotta go to the job. You can't mouth off at your boss every time you're feeling pain. Things like that. And so it can work. There's a presumption, I think, by a lot of policymakers that it's being used disproportionately, and some of the statistical data does support the crude and simple characterization of disproportionality based on racial factors and ethnic factors. Well, a lot of times those analyses don't sufficiently account for the economic circumstances in neighborhoods with higher proportions of racial minorities and so forth. That it's too simple to just say, well, because cops and prosecutors are racist. That's why we got to get rid of these laws. It's not generally factually accurate, and it's just too simple. When people are offering such simple solutions, you should always be suspicious. But I am digressing again. I'd be astounded. I can't think of unless I really can't think of a situation that we're going back at those numbers in the foreseeable future.
So you think we're gonna run 20 to 30 max is probably rolling through the jail at any time, and we just need to figure that in and factor that in?
Yeah, I would pick it probably about 30. I would say, if I was a wagering man, about 12 months, we'll probably hit a status quo of 30.
Okay.
And we'll see. I mean, the criminal activities can trend. So if this current experiment completely breaks down, and some of the anecdotes that I'm hearing, and I think some of the experiences relayed to me by folks in the field, is that there's definitely an increasing and brazen culture of acceptance of drug culture and drug lifestyle. Whereas, for years it would be a symbol of rebelliousness to smoke some weed for a kid, or, things like that. This is
It's a new way of life.
This is a way of life of abuse of chemicals in the form of provided through pharmaceutical companies, through Mexican cartels, through what have you, it's an embrace of a whole lifestyle with the, why can't I feel what I want? Why can't I tattoo myself what I want? Have my hair what I want? Why do I have to work? All this kind of crap. It's just another, it's another consequence of, societal breakdown. 60% of children in America are born out of the wedlock. We have the highest ratio of single parent households in the entire world, not the Western world, not the Western hemisphere, North America, the entire world. No one else comes close. So this is widespread moral decay and societal breakdown that's occurring. And the drugs and all this stuff that we're apparently making the decision as a society and a culture, just roll with it.
Well, with that one, I think we should probably go
A little
into,
moral decay.
we should probably go into some executive session. Yeah. All right, how long do we need, do you think? 15?
Oh, let's start with 10.
10, and then, Dave, are you gonna call in, or we'll call you, we'll shut the Zoom down? So we have no workshop scheduled on Thursday. After we have executive session, we will meet back to adjourn. But we have no more, nothing else to discuss for the day. So what we will do is, we are going to enter into executive session in accordance with RCW 4230-110-1-I for the discussion of pending litigation for 10 minutes. So you're
Okay.
calling, Dave?
Just have Lee just call myself.
Okay.